Chapter 28-24. The path paved with platinum blades seemed to extend to an endless distance. When Chunzong's consciousness projection stepped on it, it was cold to the touch. He could faintly feel a trace of indescribable sharpness spreading from the bottom of his feet, as if it was going to penetrate his whole body. This body was not his original body of flesh and blood, but a projection of his consciousness. Therefore, it did not have his own powerful cultivation, strength, and power of the Great Way. Chunzong kept moving forward, step by step. With his extremely sharp senses, Chunzong could clearly feel that the sharpness under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. Traces of pressure were spreading from all directions. The pressure was endless, and it kept pressing on Chunzong from all directions, as if it was going to crush his body. Although he did not bring his powerful mind power with him, Chunzong found that he could still use the wholehearted returning realm to make his senses sharper, as if he could see through the essence of his opponent. With his extremely sharp senses, Chunzong found that as he kept moving forward, in addition to the increasing pressure, there was also a trace of power slowly seeping into his body. The power was so faint that if Chunzong did not have the wholehearted returning realm, he would not have been able to feel it. As he kept moving forward, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and the power seeping into his body kept increasing. This power was also platinum and filled with an indescribable sharpness, but was motionless like a pool of stagnant water. Chunzong operated the wholehearted returning realm. The platinum power, which was like stagnant water, trembled slightly, and then slowly moved like a lazy bear. However, as Chunzong kept operating the wholehearted returning realm to control it, the platinum power in his body moved faster and faster. Step by step, Chunzong counted how many steps he had taken and carefully felt how much more pressure he had to bear after each step and how much more platinum power was seeping into his body. An almost instinctive feeling told Chunzong that the platinum power seeping into his body was good for him, at least for now. In that case, all he had to do was persevere. He had to keep moving forward, endure the pressure, and absorb more power. At the same time, in other places that Chunzong could not see, there were also paths formed from platinum-colored blades. They extended through the air like chains, and on each path, there was a figure walking forward. At first, they were very fast, but then they began to slow down. Some of them even had to accumulate power for a long time before they could take a step forward. There seemed to be no end to the platinum path. 998 steps. While thinking in his heart, Chunzong took another step forward. Pressure, pressure. Chunzong's body. 2. It was just that this power could not resist the pressure from the outside world, as if they were not on the same level. To put it simply, the pressure from the outside world was on the spiritual level, while the platinum power that seeped into his body was equivalent to the cultivation power of internal force. They were not of the same type, so naturally they had nothing to do with each other. Chunzong stopped and continued to bear the impact of the pressure from the outside world. He adapted little by little. Then, he lifted his foot and took another step forward. 999 steps. Was this the end? No. At first glance, he could see that the path ahead seemed to be endless, and he did not know where the end was. However, Chunzong knew that he had reached his limit. If it was his original body, it would definitely be more than this. However, this body couldn't do it. Even if his consciousness could withstand it, it wasn't all of his consciousness. It was just a projection of his consciousness. When combined, it had already reached its limit. When Chunzong could not bear it anymore, he thought that he was going to leave here, but he found that the scene in front of him had changed again. It was a huge round platform, platinum in color, engraved with sword-like patterns. At the edge of the round platform, there were many sharp blades suspended. There were long swords, short swords, thin swords, heavy swords, and so on. There were also knives, such as big knives, long knives, short knives, heavy knives, and so on. All of them were knives and swords with different shapes. Different knives and swords also had their own application skills. The dazzling array dazzled Chunzong, but he was very tempted. This body did not have a sword with it. Shenzong suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could choose a suitable sword from here. Previously, the sky saber fighting god said that only by walking in front of him could he get his favor. So, how could he walk in front of him? Shenzong estimated that he had to go through some tests or challenges. With a sword in hand, he could really exert his strength. At a glance, Shenzong did not pay too much attention to the knives. His focus was on the swords, such as heavy swords, big swords, thin swords, short swords, and so on. Shenzong could use them if he wanted, but he preferred long swords. There were also many long swords. After looking around, Shenzong stared at one of the long swords. He took a step forward and suddenly grasped the hilt of the long sword. The sword also trembled, and a force shook back, shaking off Shenzong's palm. Shenzong's palm loosened and instantly clenched. It was like catching a big fish. Between loosening and tightening, the force of the sword's rebound was removed. It was like subduing a fierce horse. When the sword was in his hand, it was very comfortable. It was as if the hilt automatically adjusted to fit his palm. Even the lines were matched. There was a feeling of blood connection, which was very wonderful. Shenzong immediately nodded with satisfaction as he pulled out a sword flower. It was a pity that there was no scabbard, so he could only hold the long sword with his left hand. Just as Shenzong chose the long sword, there seemed to be ripples on the circular platform. Between the ripples, a figure emerged. As soon as the figure appeared, his eyes quickly swept around and saw the swords and sharp weapons floating in all directions. His eyes flashed with a touch of passion. Immediately, he saw Shenzong and suddenly showed incomparable vigilance. The moment the figure appeared, Shenzong also had a kind of understanding. That was, he could only continue by defeating the figure. Finally, he could meet the so-called sky saber fighting god. Of course, Shenzong's purpose of meeting the sky saber fighting god was not to become his follower. It was another idea, which was to use the black mark to devour the sky saber fighting god, just like how he had devoured the eagle deity's spirit consciousness. Both were devouring spirits, but the ferocious demons were inferior to the cultivators, and the cultivators were inferior to the so-called gods. Shenzong had a strange feeling. It seemed that the black mark was more interested in the divine souls of the gods. It was as if that was its main meal, and the divine souls of the other cultivators and even the ferocious beasts were just desserts or snacks. The figure leaped and immediately grabbed a heavy sword. The moment his body landed, he stomped his feet and broke out with amazing speed. The sword slashed across the sky. As the platinum light spread, it was added to the heavy sword, and an amazing sharpness permeated the air. Is this the divine power? Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly moved. Before, when he fought with the eagle deity's disciples, he had personally felt the fluctuations of the eagle deity's power. Now, whether it was the sword slashing across the sky or the platinum power circulating his body, they all felt similar to the power of the eagle deity. Of course, they were not the same kind of power, but there was a kind of similarity in essence. This kind of power was different from the power of his cultivation. Under the Heart Sutra, the divine power circulated. Shenzong's body flashed, and as if he had turned into a flash of sword light, he rushed forward and slashed across the sky. His own power did not exist, and it was difficult for him to use unique skills and divine skills. However, his swordsmanship was not affected at all. This sword seemed to be a simple stab, but it had a feeling of returning to the natural state, as if it was directly pointing to the essence of swordsmanship. As soon as he attacked, Shenzong had such a wonderful feeling, tracing back to the essence of swordsmanship. Fight! The opponent's sword skills were also very famous. He did not pay attention to any skills. With the heavy sword in hand, the power of each slash was very strong, and the power was amazing. World swordsmanship. Shenzong met the attack with his sword. Heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be used as usual, but because the power of Heart Path and World Path was not integrated, it was different. However, Shenzong gradually had a kind of enlightenment that pointed to the essence of swordsmanship, and some kind of mystery was sprouting. With a sword in hand, he operated it as he wished. As the heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were used alternately, it became more and more profound. Even if there was no heart path and world path, no time path and space path power, and no sword path power, swordsmanship was swordsmanship. As long as there was a sword, it was a kind of basic or superb skill that could be used. Throw away all other influences, go straight to the essence, and trace back to the source. Waves of enlightenment began to spread out. Layers of sword light circled around and blocked the opponent's heavy sword. As if falling into a vortex, the powerful force was also weakened. Then, the sword light flashed, and like an aurora, it swept past the opponent's neck as fast as lightning. Fatal blow. In the next breath, the opponent's body collapsed, leaving only a ray of platinum light. The platinum light flew directly like a spiritual snake and disappeared into Chunzong's body. Chunzong immediately felt that his divine power had increased by a lot. It turned out that this was the way to increase one's strength. Chunzong suddenly understood. However, what Chunzong cared more about was swordsmanship. Throwing away the influence of the Great Path power, it turned into a kind of pure swordsmanship to be used. In this way, the mystery of heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be displayed, and Chunzong saw the way to further improve his swordsmanship. Originally, he just wanted to see the sky saber fighting God and let the Black Mark have a big meal. Now it seemed that in addition to letting the Black Mark have a big meal, there were other benefits, and that was swordsmanship. In this case, he would continue to fight and defeat one opponent after another to see if his swordsmanship could change qualitatively in the end. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong looked around. Holding the platinum-colored long sword in his left hand, he took a step forward and walked out of the circular platform. In front of him, there was another path that connected to another circular platform, and it was gradually ascending. Chapter 28-25. The platinum divine power that the Sky Blade Battle God released this time was a primer. In the vast universe, he selected a group of sword cultivators and saber cultivators. However, the highest level of these cultivators was at the 5th realm. This was because once one reached the 6th realm, there would be a qualitative change. His platinum divine power was not enough to guide the projection of their consciousness. In terms of swordsmanship at the 5th realm, Chunzong claimed to be second. Very few people dared to claim to be first. It was even difficult to find someone who was on par with Chunzong. Even without the blessing of the Great Path, just pure swordsmanship was very terrifying. Every time he met an opponent, he would be defeated by Chunzong's sword after a fierce battle. Every time he fought, Chunzong felt that his swordsmanship had a qualitative improvement. However, each improvement was not much, so it was hard to tell in a short period of time. However, the platinum divine power had strengthened a lot as Chunzong defeated one opponent after another. It was several times stronger than before. He continued to walk and entered the next round platform. The opponents he encountered would become stronger. After repeatedly defeating one opponent after another, Chunzong stepped out of the round platform again. He saw a platinum road that kept going up. At the end of the road, there seemed to be a palace. After crossing the road, Chunzong stepped into the palace. This palace was also platinum. It was incomparably huge, magnificent, and majestic. It stood between heaven and earth and was very shocking. The palace was spacious and boundless. A red carpet was spread out from the entrance of the palace to the inside. Walking on it, Chunzong unconsciously felt extremely small. In such a place, one did not dare to speak. Even one's breathing had to become subtle. Otherwise, it would be a kind of blasphemy. One could not help but feel that way. Even though Chunzong's divine will was tough, it was not his real body after all. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Chunzong stepped forward step by step. He walked on the huge red carpet. The deeper he went, the stronger the divine power. Finally, Chunzong saw a figure, a platinum figure, sitting at the end of the palace. There was a throne on the 99 steps. It was high up like a god looking down. A pair of platinum eyes carried endless divine power as they stared at Chunzong. Mortal, to be able to walk in front of me, you deserve my divine grace. The platinum figure on the throne said. His voice seemed to come from all directions, carrying unparalleled majesty. In the palace, there seemed to be countless sharp blades fighting. For a moment, Chunzong seemed to see thousands of sword lights rolling like a long river, spreading from afar. "Mortal, come here and kneel in front of me." The Skyblade fighting god spoke again. Hearing this, Chunzong stepped onto the first step. Step by step, he climbed up the stairs. Not long after, Chunzong walked up the 99 steps and walked in front of the Skyblade fighting god. "Kneel down, lucky mortal. You will receive my divine grace and become my sharp blade to sweep the universe." The Skyblade fighting god was very satisfied. He saw the battle just now clearly and was very satisfied with Chunzong's strength. Although the fifth realm was not very strong, it was indeed amazing to have such swordsmanship. Of course, because the Skyblade fighting god was not the Skyblade fighting god himself. His original body was still unable to truly enter the outer universe. What came was only a doppelganger with weaker strength. It was also because it was a doppelganger that the Skyblade fighting god could not receive the sixth realm or even the seventh realm masters. At most, he could only receive the fifth realm masters. However, if he succeeded, it was equivalent to taking root in the outer universe. The doppelganger's divine power would gradually increase. At that time, he could recruit more believers and gradually recruit stronger believers. Chunzong was the first believer he wanted to recruit, and also the most important one. He was necessary for him to open up the situation in the outer universe. The Skyblade fighting god stood up. His body was about 2 meters tall, but it had a majestic feeling like a platinum divine mountain, exuding a vast and incomparably tyrannical divine power. Like a divine soar mountain, he stood in front of Chunzong. For a moment, Chunzong actually had a feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. He could not help but have a kind of admiration from the bottom of his heart. He faintly wanted to surrender. After all, this was not his original body. His resistance was completely inferior to his original body. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. He was afraid that he would really be subdued and become a believer of the Skyblade fighting god. However, Chunzong still had to resist and wait for the Skyblade fighting god to launch his divine power. This way, he could better counterattack. Sure enough, when he felt Chunzong's resistance, the Skyblade fighting god immediately erupted. Even if it was just a doppelganger, the power of his doppelganger was very terrifying. It completely surpassed the level of the top Emperor realm. Moreover, it was much stronger than all the top Emperor realm masters. It was already at the level of the Emperor realm. Even in the face of a top Emperor realm master, it could survive. The divine power erupted, and the spiritual pressure came. Endless platinum light spewed out, and a divine body that was thousands of feet tall also appeared. The divine power was vast and boundless, and the divine eyes stared at him. Oppression. The Skyblade fighting god wanted to oppress Chunzong and subdue him in this way. He wanted to turn him into his own divine blade and take root in the outer universe for himself to open up new territory. Since he had already come to this step, then the counterattack should begin. The black mark was already ready to move, and it had a feeling that it could no longer hold back. Since it could no longer hold back, then it would be released, devoured, and have a good meal. In an instant, a pair of black and white eyes opened silently. It looked so mystical amidst the endless white gold light. As soon as a pair of godlike eyes appeared, it immediately shocked the Skyblade fighting god. "What are you?" The Skyblade fighting god instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he also felt a strong threat. The pair of godlike eyes did not give an answer. Instead, they stared directly at him. A feeling of fear emerged for no reason, and it almost scared the Skyblade fighting god out of his wits. Retreat. His intuition told him that it was very bad. This pair of strange eyes was very terrifying. Unless his original body was here, it would be difficult to contend with this avatar. He could only retreat. After all, he wanted to break into the outer universe. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a big price to successfully deceive the will of the outer universe, allowing this avatar to temporarily take root. However, it was only temporary. If he did not develop believers in time and really take root, after a period of time, he would still be discovered by the will of the outer universe and be rejected. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. But now, facing this pair of strange eyes, he felt a great threat and had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late. A terrible force suddenly erupted. That force was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. It fell directly on the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. The power of this avatar was not comparable to the previous eagle god's spiritual consciousness. Simply put, the spiritual consciousness of the eagle god was only a small part, which was the extent of 1/10,000th. The avatar was a larger part, at least 1/100th of the original body. 1/10,000th and 1/100th were two completely different concepts. It is not only a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. The Black Mark had a strong desire to devour the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. Now, it had completely let go of the restrictions and wanted to devour it. Break out. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god broke out again and again, trying to break free from the devouring power of the Black Mark. However, he found that there was no way and could only be pulled over bit by bit. He was extremely desperate. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? The Skyblade fighting god did not have the previous arrogance and calmness. On the contrary, he was flustered and even frightened. He instinctively felt that he would be devoured. Once he was devoured, the consequences would be terrible. He would lose this avatar, which was 1/100th of the original body's avatar. Once this avatar was destroyed, the damage to the original body would not be small. But now, it was not a matter of whether he could be destroyed, but whether he could escape. It was a pity that the devouring power was too strong. It kept pulling him closer to the pair of eyes. Below the eyes, there was a touch of darkness, like an abyss. The moment the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was devoured, the Skyblade fighting god seemed to understand something. It's you? How dare you devour a god? You will be punished by God. The Skyblade fighting god finally roared. Devour. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was directly devoured. Shinzong was puzzled by the last words of the Skyblade fighting god. Devour a god. Devour a god. What did it mean? Listening to the Skyblade fighting god, it seemed that he knew the Black Mark. But unfortunately, Shinzong could not ask. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god had been completely devoured. Then, a pure and incomparably vigorous power came back and directly poured into the essence, chi, and spirit of the original body of Chunzong. Everything in front of him shattered. The consciousness projection collapsed, and the wisp of consciousness also returned to the original body. The essence, chi, and spirit were directly strengthened by the power of the Black Mark. Upgrade. The continuous upgrade. When it was over, Chunzong immediately felt that his essence, chi, and spirit were directly strengthened by 10%. 10%. His essence, chi, and spirit had already surpassed the 6th realm of the 5th realm. It was too difficult to upgrade. He did not expect that now. It was strengthened by another 10%. This upgrade was too amazing. At least devouring the spirits of dozens of Emperor-level masters could bring him such an upgrade. Sure enough, devouring the spirits of gods was the best. Devour a god. Chunzong was suddenly stunned. The Black Mark devoured the spirits of gods. Wasn't this devouring a god? But Chunzong was very clear that it was definitely not talking about him, but the Black Mark. No, if he continued to deduce the origin, he could trace it back even further. Where did the Black Mark come from? There was no doubt that Chunzong got it from the sword-grinding mountain. Then, was there any relationship between the Black Mark and the sword-grinding mountain lord? The so-called devour a god. Was it referring to the sword-grinding mountain lord? For a time, countless thoughts burst forth, making Chunzong's eyes flicker. But without enough information, Chunzong could not make more judgments. It seems that after returning to Taihao Mountain, I still need to investigate the sword-grinding mountain further. Chunzong thought. Chapter 28-26. Brothers, it's a new month. I'm looking for a monthly vote. Sword-sharpening mountain lord. Black Mark. God Devourer. Chunzong guessed that there was a connection between the two, but he couldn't be sure because he lacked sufficient information. However, he could do a thorough search after returning to Taihao Mountain. Perhaps he could find some clues. As for now, he had to hurry back to Taihao Mountain as soon as possible. Thanks to the increase in his essence, qi, and spirit, Chunzong's flying speed increased even though his cultivation level didn't increase. His speed in the Void Shuttle also increased, which was beneficial for his journey. Time flew by. Year after year passed. Chunzong finally arrived at the back of the third border and was close to Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, it took less than 100 years. Originally, Chunzong estimated that it would take more than 100 years to cross the 3 borders and arrive at Taihao Mountain. However, due to the continuous increase in his cultivation level and the awakening of the Tai Dragon, Chunzong's comprehension of the space Tao was astonishing. His doctrine spirit had already been nurtured to the perfect realm. In addition to some unexpected circumstances, Chunzong's speed greatly increased. As a result, he used a short 60 years to get close to Taihao Mountain. The faster the speed, the shorter the time, the better. The Chaos region was right in front of him. When he was only at the 4th realm, he took the risk to barge into the Chaos region. Although he encountered many dangers, he still made it through safely. Now, he was about to barge into the Chaos region again. Compared to the last time, his strength had increased by many times. The Chaos region's environment was very special. The space was relatively weak. Once one's strength was too strong, it would cause the space to shatter and form spatial cracks and other things. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, there wouldn't be anyone too strong in the Chaos region. Simply put, for 6th and 7th realm cultivators, the Chaos region was like a grave that could bury them at any time. Even if they were in a hurry, they would rather go around it than cross it directly. Chunzong was at the 5th realm. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to worry. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly barged into the Chaos region. In the Chaos region, there were 18 bandit groups. However, the most powerful bandit groups were only at the 5th realm and were listed on the Divine King list. However, they were not in the top 100. Chunzong was not afraid of such strength. Dozens of years ago, Chunzong already had the strength to enter the top 100. Now, dozens of years had passed. Chunzong's strength had improved a lot, reaching a very high level. It was easy for him to enter the top 100 of the God King list. However, Chunzong didn't issue any challenges and kept his ranking at the top 1,000. His powerful strength made Chunzong even more unruffled. As soon as he entered the Chaos territory, Chunzong immediately sensed the spatial ripples here. They were indeed different from other places. They were very clear, very active, and very chaotic. There was a sense of aimlessness. If one had to make a comparison, the spatial fluctuations in the Chaos territory were like boiling water. In such a place, it was easier to shatter the space, and it was also easier to comprehend and cultivate the way of space. However, in terms of the way of space, Chunzong had already cultivated to the complete level of pregnant path spirit. This was the ultimate level. He couldn't improve any further unless he had a breakthrough. However, the next breakthrough was the origin. Condensing the origin and controlling the power of the origin would surpass the 5th realm and enter the 6th realm. However, it was very difficult to break through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm. Chunzong didn't dare to think too much about it in a short period of time. Now, it was better to lay a good foundation and improve everything to the ultimate level of the 5th realm. Then, he would think about the 6th realm. With a flash, Chunzong moved forward silently in the Chaos region. He was astonishingly fast. The space here was weak and unstable. Spatial cracks could appear at any time. However, to Chunzong, ordinary spatial cracks were no threat. After all, Chunzong's mastery of the way of space had reached the ultimate level of the 5th realm. Chunzong seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. With a single step, he appeared in another place as if he had passed through the void. Although it was very easy, Chunzong didn't get carried away. After all, this was a place where space was weak. If he was unlucky and fell into a deep spatial crack, Chunzong wasn't confident that he could survive. Even if he could survive, he didn't know where he would end up. However, How exactly was this chaos region formed? Shenzong began to ponder. There were many strange places in the universe. For example, the planetary belt he had passed through earlier had a unique force field and shockingly strong space. However, because the night dragon was sleeping there, the planetary belt completely disappeared after the night dragon woke up and left. The chaos territory could be considered a strange place. So how did it come to be? One theory was that the chaos region was formed after a battle between two experts and two saint-level experts. However, another theory was that a saint-level expert who had grasped the way of space had left behind an opportunity and so on. In the past, many people had entered the chaos region to search for the opportunity left behind by the so-called expert. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything. Of course, they'd found quite a few treasures, such as spatial crystals. Since they couldn't find the legacy left behind by the so-called expert, gradually, fewer people entered the chaos region to search for opportunities. In addition, it was also because of the 18 territories of bandits. They were extremely ferocious and were not to be trifled with. Shenzong continued to fly. As time passed, he was already halfway to the chaos region when he was intercepted. The people who intercepted Shenzong were bandits. 3 Fifth Realm bandits. The 3 bandits didn't hesitate at all. They immediately attacked, displaying their ferocity to the fullest. Since they wanted to kill him, Shenzong naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He unsheathed his sword in an instant and directly attacked. The 3 bandits froze as if they had been immobilized. In the next moment, their spiritual souls were directly pulled out of their bodies. Their vitality was also sucked away in an instant. Their spiritual souls scattered and their spiritual souls disappeared. Now, with Shenzong's strength, most king-level experts were no match for Shenzong. After killing the 3 Fifth Realm bandits, Shenzong didn't slow down at all. At the same time, he was thinking, perhaps he could come back and clean up the bandits in the Chaos region in the future. As for now, it was better to return to Taihao Mountain first and ask the elders to help bring Yun Yinxin back from the Trade Wind sect. A few decades had passed. He didn't know how the Trade Wind sect on Wanyuan Island was now. Was it safe and sound? He only hoped so. However, things didn't go as he wished. After Shenzong killed the 3 Fifth Realm bandits, the other bandits gradually knew that someone had come and killed their man. Action. The experts of one of the top 3 Chaos territories immediately took action to find the murderer. The Chaos region was their natural protection. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. 6th and 7th Realm experts couldn't invade. As for 4th and 5th Realm experts, they weren't much of a threat to them. On the contrary, they would be killed. Because of this, gradually, no one was willing to enter the Chaos region to carry out missions. They didn't expect that someone would kill their men this time. They really didn't know what was good for them. In order to hurry on his way, Shenzong didn't deliberately hide his tracks. Of course, he didn't need to do so because he was 100% confident in his strength. If a 6th Realm expert didn't make a move, he didn't need to fear anyone at the 5th Realm. Moreover, even if a 6th Realm expert did make a move, he had a trump card to fight back and even kill them. On Wanyuan Island, whether it was the 2 Emperor-level experts of the Eagle God sect or the sky-splitting Sword Emperor of the Wanyuan sect, their deaths were enough to prove this point. When the 2 sides met, a battle was about to break out. Fight! But it was a one-sided massacre. Soon, more than a dozen 5th Realm bandits were all killed by Shenzong. Their spiritual souls and vitality were all devoured. Unfortunately, the feedback Shenzong received was very weak. It couldn't bring any improvement to his energy. However, Shenzong didn't give up because of this. Many little drops make an ocean. When the amount reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change and improve. In addition, the treasures of these bandits all became Shenzong's spoils of war. Along the way, no matter what level or how many 5th Realm experts came, they weren't a match for Shenzong. They were all killed. Finally, Shenzong crossed the Chaos region and flew quickly to Sword City outside Mount Taihao. After entering Sword City, he went back to Mount Taihao and returned to Tianguang Peak. The first thing he did after returning to Tianguang Peak was to see the Peak Lord. "You're finally back," the Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile, when he saw Chunzong return. It had been more than 100 years, almost 200 years, since Chunzong left. It wasn't a long time for a great emperor-level swordsman, but it wasn't short either. When Chunzong left, the Tingguang Peak Lord was actually very worried. He was worried that Chunzong would be killed. With Chunzong's talent, it was hard to say whether he could reach the saint level in the future, but he could definitely become a top great emperor-level swordsman, one who was even more powerful than the Tingguang Peak Lord himself. If Chunzong's name hadn't appeared on the Divine King list a few decades ago, the Tingguang Peak Lord wouldn't have felt relieved. This meant that Chunzong was still alive and even more powerful. It was a good thing. Now, Chunzong had finally returned, and he gave the Tingguang Peak Lord a feeling that he couldn't see through. Even though the Tingguang Peak Lord was sure that Chunzong was still in the fifth realm, he felt that Chunzong was unfathomable. It was very strange. What the Tingguang Peak Lord didn't know was that this was an effect brought about by the Single-Hearted Sutra breaking through to the Single-Hearted Sutra. "I'm back," Chunzong said with a smile. Fortunately, he had the source of sword work given to him by the Tingguang Peak Lord and the power of the sword mark left by the Sword Saint of Taihao. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could come back alive. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to come back in such a short time. "Peak Lord, I have a request," Chunzong said again. Chapter 28-27. As for another round of monthly votes, the Tingguang Peak Lord had no objection to Chunzong's request and agreed right away. However, because he was a peak master, he couldn't leave easily. In the end, he asked the Great Elder of Tingguang Peak to take Yunyanxin back to Taihao Mountain in person. Although the Great Elder's strength wasn't as strong as the Tingguang Peak Lord, he was still a top-notch great monarch. Among the great monarchs in the entire universe, he was in the upper echelon and stronger than any great monarch on Wanyuan Island. Chunzong was quite relieved that someone with such strength would take action in person. However, Chunzong didn't have enough influence to ask someone stronger to do such a thing. With the Great Elder's strength as a top-notch great monarch, his speed was many times faster than Chunzong's. It would take him at most 2 or 3 years to reach Wanyuan Island from Taihao Mountain. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Yunyanxin would be able to reach Taihao Mountain in 3 or 4 years, at most 5 years. With Yunyanxin's strength, it was quite possible for her to become a participating disciple of Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was the holy land of swordsmanship, one of the holy lands in the universe. It was also one of the more powerful holy lands with a deep foundation and extraordinary strength. Becoming a disciple of Taihao Mountain was a great guarantee in itself. With the resources of Taihao Mountain, Yunyanxin's improvement would be faster and stronger. All in all, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Since the Great Elder had taken action in person, Chunzong was relieved and accepted a task that had been put on hold. This task had existed for many years and had been accepted many times. However, it had never been completed. Now, it had been put on hold because it was impossible to complete. The content of this task was to clean up the Chaos Territory and wipe out all the bandits and villains in the 18 Chaos Territories. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to do. Because of the unique environment of the Chaos Territory, it was difficult for great monarchs to exert their strength there. Otherwise, they would most likely be killed. No one was willing to face such danger head-on. In that case, merely being at the 5th level was not enough. At the very least, some of the stronger bandits in the 18 Chaos Domains had a more detailed understanding of the Chaos Domains. Using the unique environment of the Chaos Domains, they could deal with 5th Realm experts from the outside world and then kill them. The various forces around the anarchic lands, including a powerful force like the Taihao Mountain, were unable to completely wipe out the anarchic lands. Even the Taihao Mountain had lost many 5th-level cultivators. In the end, they could only admit defeat and let the matter rest. After all, it was impossible to completely wipe them out. As long as there were remnants, they would slowly develop again. The fire could not burn them out completely, and the wind could blow them up again. Unless a saint-level expert intervened, there was nothing they could do. However, What kind of existence were saint-level cultivators? They were the strongest cultivators in the universe. Why would they care about a bunch of 4th and 5th level cultivators? They were just like a bunch of ants. Moreover, martial saints had experienced countless things. Their worldview was completely different. Whether it was intentional or out of convenience, they would not personally deal with a group of 4th or 5th realm bandits. That would be too embarrassing. Now, after so many years, Chunzong found the mission file and accepted it. Wipe out the anarchic lands. This was not a small matter. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. You want to wipe out the anarchic lands? The Tianguang Peak Lord directly found Chunzong and asked him directly. Yes. Chunzong replied bluntly. Peak Lord, don't worry. With my current strength, I can enter the top 100 on the God King list. Moreover, my space Tao has been comprehended to the extreme. Even if I don't complete the mission, I will be fine. The Tianguang Peak Lord did not doubt Chunzong's words. After interacting with him many times, he knew that Chunzong was not someone who spoke without thinking. No matter what, you must be careful. Even if you can't complete the mission, you must protect yourself, the Tianguang Peak Lord said in a low voice. He did not intend to stop Chunzong. Peak Lord, don't worry. I cherish my life very much, Chunzong said with a smile. Then, he bowed to the Tianguang Peak Lord and began his preparations. The first thing he prepared was a sword. With his current strength, he could not use his original divine weapon, but he could use a top-grade Dao divine weapon. Not long after, Chunzong used his contribution points to exchange for a top-grade Dao divine long sword from Tianguang Peak. The sword was silvery white, like frost, and naturally emitted a gust of coldness. It was not the coldness of ice, but the coldness of extreme sharpness. It was bone-chilling. The tip of the sword and the edge of the sword were extremely sharp. When one stared at it, they would feel a stinging pain in their eyes. The name of the sword was very simple. Frost. The sword was like frost, and the cold currents flowed endlessly. With the frost in his hand, Chunzong's strength increased a bit. After everything was ready, Chunzong set out with the sword in his hand. He left Tianguang Peak and headed for the 9th Sword City, which was the closest to the anarchic lands. Just as Chunzong set out, he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The target has already set out. He has already made preparations. He has set up an inescapable net and is waiting for him to break in. This person is dead for sure. The anarchic lands, also known as the 18 anarchic lands, were divided into the upper 3 lands, the middle 6 lands, and the lower 9 lands. The 18 lands were a collection of bandits and villains, but the most powerful ones were in the 5th realm. According to the intelligence of Taihao Mountain, there were not only powerful bandits on the Divine King list in the upper 3 lands, but also powerful bandits who were not on the Divine King list, but had the strength of the Divine King list. They were very terrifying. After entering the anarchic lands, Chunzong immediately headed for one of the 18 lands closest to him. This was one of the lower 9 lands. Although it was a relatively weak one, there were many bandits in the 4th and 5th realms who were not easy to deal with. However, Chunzong did not have the slightest fear. He went straight ahead with a sword in his hand. Soon, he arrived at the Red Wolf territory. It was formed by countless meteorites, and many bandits lived in the manor caves. From afar, it looked like a beehive. From time to time, someone would fly in and out. It was quite a spectacular and shocking scene. With a faint smile on his face, Chunzong did not try to hide his whereabouts. Instead, he burst out with extreme speed, turning into a flash of shocking sword light as he approached rapidly. Who is it? Who is it? The bandits in the Red Wolf territory immediately noticed him, and they all shouted. However, the answer they got was a flash of sword light. That flash of sword light was dazzling. It was extremely bright and breathtaking, and it dashed across the sky at an incredible speed. In the eyes of the bandits in the Red Wolf territory, this flash of sword light was slashing toward them. Everyone had the same feeling as if the people around them disappeared, and they were the only ones left to face this flash of sword light. Exquisite. Superb. He only swung his sword once, but it created such a shocking effect. With one strike, dozens of bandits, regardless of whether they were in the 4th realm or the 5th realm, died. After traveling for dozens of years, Chunzong's swordsmanship had also been improving, especially after the experience at the Skyblade Battle God's place. Chunzong felt like he was able to understand the essence of swordsmanship, and the improvement was even greater. Now, whether it was the Heart Sword art or the World Sword art, Chunzong had improved them to the highest level, which was the level of a Super Sun class technique. The power of each strike was extremely terrifying, not counting the uniqueness of these two techniques. These two swordsmanship techniques were invincible in close-range combat. That strike just now was the Heart Sword art, and its main power was in close-range combat. However, in a short distance, it could still unleash a certain amount of power. Perhaps the top 5th realm cultivators could dodge or block it. However, these dozens of bandits were mostly in the 4th realm, and some of them were in the 5th realm. How could they block it? They couldn't even dodge it. In fact, when they saw the flash of sword light, they were already hit by the sword when they were lamenting. Being hit by the sword meant death. His figure flashed, and those dozens of bandits turned into dried corpses as their souls and vitality were devoured, becoming nutrients for the black mark and the mysterious seed. Kill. Chunzong released his spiritual will. With his powerful spiritual will that was comparable to that of a 6th realm cultivator, he scanned the area and locked onto his targets. His speed was fast, and he killed the bandits one after another. The terrain inside the Red Wolf territory was very complicated. It was like a beehive, and all the paths were connected to each other. It was very complicated, and it was like a maze. If one wasn't familiar with it, it was easy to get lost. This was one of the difficulties when the Red Wolf territory was wiped out. When the bandits knew that they weren't a match for the Red Wolf territory, they immediately hid in the territory and used the complicated terrain to deal with the Red Wolf territory. In the end, the Red Wolf territory suffered heavy losses. After all, 5th realm cultivators weren't enough to completely destroy the territory in such a place. Even if there were many people, it would take a lot of time. With the time to destroy the territory, the bandits would have probably escaped through some secret exits. However, Chunzong was different. Under the wholehearted convergence realm, coupled with his powerful spiritual will, Chunzong could sense farther and longer distances. He could also capture things more clearly. To put it simply, the Red Wolf territory was completely under Chunzong's perception. Chunzong could clearly sense how many bandits there were. These bandits were like grasshoppers after autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump around for long. Soon, Chunzong would find them and kill them one by one. Even a maze-like terrain inside the territory couldn't stop Chunzong at all. It couldn't cause any hindrance to Chunzong. Encountered something he couldn't understand? It was very simple. He only needed to rely on his powerful perception and the mysteries of the space Tao to pass through, quickly approach his target, and kill them. Who exactly are you? The leader of the Red Wolf territory, a top 5th realm cultivator, saw his subordinates being killed one by one. His eyes were wide open, but he was also horrified. Too powerful. This person was too powerful. When the sword light flashed, it was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze one's divine soul. It made him extremely terrified, and his hair stood on end. How could there be such a terrifying person? I'm the one who will kill you. Chunzong smiled and swung his sword without hesitation. A ruthless person didn't talk much. Otherwise, if he said a few more words and something unexpected happened, he would kill first and talk later. Chapter 28:28. The 9 territories of the Chaotic 18 were scattered all over the Chaos territory. Chunzong did not deliberately target anyone. Anyway, all 18 territories were on his list of targets, and he had to clear them all. After clearing out the Red Wolf territory, there was a lot of wealth in it. They all became Chunzong's spoils of war. Unfortunately, most of them were relatively ordinary. For Chunzong, they were not very valuable. It was better than nothing. His next target was also one of the lower territories. Chunzong moved without hesitation. He immediately turned into a sword and flew toward it at an amazing speed. The target has left the Red Wolf territory and is heading toward the Blue Fox territory. Continue to monitor and wait for the target to fall into the trap. Before that happens, don't take any action. Understood. However, those people are good helpers. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill them just like that? In order to get rid of them, necessary sacrifices are necessary. Otherwise, how can we let them fall into the trap? Moreover, they are just a group of bandits. There are many of them. Not long after, Chunzong arrived at the Blue Fox territory. Although Chunzong's speed was extremely fast, and he had just fought a big battle, he did not consume much of his strength. In fact, Chunzong had already recovered all the strength that he had consumed. To put it simply, the battle in the Red Wolf territory was nothing to Chunzong. His opponents were too weak. Even the leader of the Red Wolf territory, who was known as the Red Giant Wolf, was not a match for Chunzong. He only needed to use his sword to end his opponent's life. Such a battle was completely one-sided. In fact, it did not consume much of Chunzong's strength. With the absorption speed of the second stage of the Celestial Demon Sword technique, he could quickly replenish his strength. He could then clear out the Blue Fox territory with his full strength. The battle in the Red Wolf territory did not last long. Chunzong's extraordinary senses allowed him to accurately pinpoint the location. Coupled with the mystery of the Space Dao, Chunzong cleared out the Red Wolf territory in a short time. As a result, the Blue Fox territory, which was not far away, did not receive any news. Therefore, Chunzong's attack was beyond the Blue Fox territory's expectations. Without any warning, Chunzong invaded his computer. The strength of the Blue Fox territory and the Red Wolf territory were about the same, and the terrain was similar as well. Both territories were very complicated, just like a maze. Of course, it was not exactly the same as the Red Wolf territory, but it was not a problem for Chunzong. Kill. Needless to say, their goal was to clear out the Chaos region. Since that was the case, why waste words? The leader of the Blue Fox clan was not very strong. Although he was very fierce at first, he was soon scared of Chunzong. There was no other reason other than that Chunzong was too strong. Just a casual strike of his sword had a terrifying power. Killing a 5th-level cultivator was as easy as cutting grass. The leader of the Blue Fox territory was known as the Ian Fox. He was at the peak of the 5th level, but the martial arts that he practiced leaned toward the mysterious. He liked to play tricks and was proud of it. Spare me. I'm willing to submit to you. Inhu hurriedly knelt down and begged. She looked very experienced and decisive, without any hesitation. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. Only by living could he experience glory. However, Chunzong directly swung his sword. The sword flashed, and it immediately pierced through Inhu's forehead, killing him. With unwillingness and bewilderment, Inhu fell forward. He did not understand why Chunzong did not hesitate to kill him when he had already knelt down and expressed his willingness to submit. Why? Inhu's thoughts were very secretive and direct. He first expressed his willingness to submit, and then he pretended to submit. Then, he slowly waited for an opportunity. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would immediately seize it and kill Chunzong. Unfortunately, when Chunzong did not hesitate to kill him, everything was in vain. Chunzong could tell at a glance that this person was rebellious and had an impure mind. He did not intend to use any means to completely subdue him. He was too lazy to fight a battle of wits with him because it was not necessary. He would kill those who deserved to be killed. After killing everyone and turning the wealth of the Blue Fox territory into his own spoils, Chunzong immediately took action and went to the next territory. The next territory was not one of the lower 9 territories, nor was it one of the middle 6 territories. It was one of the upper 3 territories, Wukong territory. The upper 3 territories were the 3 most powerful territories among the 18 Chaos territories. There were many 5th realm, king-level cultivators, and there were even demigod realm cultivators. Demigod realm, in essence, belonged to the 5th realm. However, it was different from the 5th realm. It was more powerful than the top 5th realm. Generally speaking, a demigod realm cultivator's strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, due to various factors, he was not able to be listed on the God King list. This kind of strength was very terrifying. Not long after, Chunzong entered the boundary of Wukong territory. However, he frowned slightly. With his strong perception, Chunzong indeed felt that there were many auras in Wukong territory. Among them, there were many powerful auras. They were all gathered together. Were they having a meeting? Or were they doing something else? He was not sure. However, the special environment of the Chaos territory, coupled with his own strong strength, gave Chunzong unparalleled confidence. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong rushed directly into Wukong territory. As one of the upper three territories, Wukong territory was larger. Its terrain was more complicated than the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory. However, to Chunzong, it was nothing. It could not stop Chunzong at all. Even if there were any traps, Chunzong was not afraid. From the very beginning, Chunzong had wanted to end the Chaos region as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, there were as many as 18 Chaos regions. It would take a lot of time to clear them all out. In an instant, Chunzong rushed into Wukong territory without hesitation. He flew towards the aura closest to him. His body was as fast as lightning. He had an unparalleled aura. He was invincible. Confidence. The confidence brought by strong strength gave Chunzong the courage to be fearless. It gave birth to an unparalleled belief. A swordsman had to be strong and confident. Only then could the sword be invincible. If there was hesitation, and indecisiveness, the sword would be blunt. If the sword was blunt, how could it kill the enemy? As an excellent swordsman, Chunzong knew this very well. Enemy attack. The moment he saw Chunzong, the figure that Chunzong had locked on to immediately roared. At the same time, he attacked without hesitation. He pushed his palm forward. The strong palm energy instantly surged like a tsunami towards Chunzong without mercy. Fifth realm. And it was not an ordinary fifth realm expert. However, Chunzong didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. His figure charged forward as a sword light flashed, and a wisp of silvery white light emitted bone-piercing coldness. It was extremely sharp and peerlessly shocking, and it directly slashed apart the extremely powerful palm energy and arrived brazenly. He could not dodge it. He could not block it. The fifth realm bandit was directly hit and killed instantly. Chunzong even devoured his spirit and vitality. Under the terrifying sword chi, the bandit's corpse was destroyed. The whole process was over in less than a breath's time. Chunzong did not stop. A mere fifth realm bandit was not worth his time. Following the second aura, Chunzong rushed forward. At the same time, Chunzong's extraordinary senses sensed that many powerful auras were approaching. They were attracted by the bandit's roar just now. Enemy attack. Soon, they met on a narrow path. Chunzong realized that these bandits were all fifth realm experts. There were no fourth realm experts. In the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory, there were many more fourth realm experts than fifth realm experts. Chunzong did not believe that there were no fourth realm experts in the upper three territories. There must be some fourth realm experts. However, why was it that there were no fourth realm experts? It was also difficult to sense their auras. After killing all the fifth realm bandits, Chunzong suddenly had a thought. The other party knew that he was coming and was prepared. They sent away all the fourth realm experts to prevent unnecessary casualties and left the fifth realm experts to kill him. This guess seemed to be correct. Immediately, Chunzong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Prepared? Ambush. Then come at me. I have a sword in my hand. I will kill all the monsters. Pride rippled in his chest. Chunzong wanted to roar, but he held it in. He channeled this pride into the long sword in his hand. He's here. He's finally here. We've already prepared a feast for him. A prodigy with a bright future. If he dies here, I wonder how Taihao Mountain will feel. That's not something we need to consider. In the Wukong territory, someone was staring at a huge water mirror in front of him and laughing nonstop. In that water mirror, Chunzong's figure was clearly displayed. Every detail of Chunzong's actions could be seen clearly. They seemed to be in control of everything. All of Chunzong's actions were within their calculations. After continuously killing strong enemies and advancing, Chunzong finally arrived at a place where the auras gathered according to his senses. This place was like a huge hall. It was very spacious and there were hundreds of people gathered here. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. They were all Fifth Realm experts. All of a sudden, hundreds of Fifth Realm experts gathered in one place. When Chunzong appeared, hundreds of gazes focused on Chunzong. Those gazes were either sharp, cold, or domineering. Their auras were all different, but they were all very shocking. If it were other Fifth Realm experts facing hundreds of extraordinary gazes and auras, they would probably be frightened. Even if they weren't frightened, they would feel heavy pressure. However, Chunzong didn't. Not to mention hundreds of Fifth Realm experts. Even if there were 10 times more, or even thousands of Fifth Realm experts locking on a Chunzong at the same time, Chunzong wouldn't be afraid at all. Strong, unshakable, faced with hundreds of gazes, Chunzong stepped forward without hesitation and stepped into the hall. Unparalleled Sword Gentleman Chunzong, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Among the hundreds of figures, 2 of them had the most powerful auras. They were clearly demi-emperors. One of them had an extremely strong body, like an unshakable mountain. He also had a shocking power that could shatter everything. The other was skinny, but his aura was extremely condensed, and he exuded an extremely cold aura. These 2 people stared at Chunzong. Vaguely, they gave off a sense of threat to Chunzong. They also spoke one after another. The strong person's voice was deep and forceful, while the skinny person's voice was sharp and gloomy. Chapter 28-29. They had been waiting for a long time. In other words, this was really a trap. Perhaps it wasn't really a trap, but it was definitely prepared for Chunzong's arrival. In an instant, Chunzong immediately understood. However, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, a trace of excitement grew in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the Red Wolf territory or the Blue Fox territory, they were both too weak and could be easily dealt with. He didn't even have the true strength to deal with them yet. Then, since Wukong territory had made such preparations for his arrival, would it bring him more surprises? Would it allow him to fight to his heart's content? And to fight to his heart's content? There was no need to say more. Draw your sword. As the sword light flashed, a bone-chilling coldness spread in all directions and filled the hall. For some reason, it made the hundreds of Fifth Realm bandits tremble. They couldn't help but feel cold. This chilliness was not the chilliness of ice. Instead, it was an extremely sharp chilliness. It was a chilliness that penetrated deep into one's bones. It was extremely shocking. One could not help but tremble. One could not help but feel fear from the bottom of one's heart. Kill him. The 2 half-step martial emperors said one after another. Their expressions were solemn because they felt a great threat from Chunzong. This threat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Hundreds of Fifth Realm cultivators erupted and attacked one after another. Each of them unleashed their powerful powers and charged towards Chunzong. In just an instant, Chunzong was caught in the midst of hundreds of terrifying attacks and was about to be crushed into powder and disappear. Just as the hundreds of violent attacks were about to hit him, Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. His body seemed to sway, like the reflection of the moon in the water, or like ripples. He turned into nothingness and escaped into the void. He instantly shuttled back and forth. Missed. The hundreds of powerful attacks all missed. What came towards them was a sword light. That sword light instantly cut across the sky. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that tore through the darkness. It was so dazzling, so bright, and seemed to steal all the brilliance in the world. At that moment, it also made everyone feel dazed. It was as if that sword light was specifically targeted at them. They couldn't dodge it. They couldn't block it. Even the 2 half-step martial emperors felt this from the bottom of their hearts. Quick, take the pill. The skinny half-martial emperor immediately screamed. He didn't hesitate to crush the pill hidden in his mouth. The others also reacted in an instant and bit the small pills hidden in their mouths. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. An extremely shocking force erupted from the bodies of the 5th-level cultivators. The force was as scorching as flames and as red as blood. The force gushed out and soared into the sky, burning endlessly like a raging flame. Instantly, The auras of the fifth realms increased by more than twofold. Their abilities increased greatly, and they all unleashed a shocking amount of power to counter the sword light. Shenzong was not surprised. Since the other party had been waiting for him for a long time, it meant that the other party had made all kinds of preparations. The current method of using the elixir to greatly increase one's strength was just one of the preparations. However, he was too naive if he thought that he could block his sword with that. Kill. In just an instant, the sword gleam directly killed more than 25th realms who had their abilities greatly boosted. The other fifth realms were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They activated the power of the pills recklessly. Under the burning of the blood-red flames, all of them let out strange howls. Change. Their bodies were changing. A single horn grew on their foreheads. Their arms and legs were elongated. Bone spikes appeared on their joints, and a layer of cuticle-like scales also grew on their skin. In an instant, the remaining fifth realm cultivators all changed. They transformed from humans to demons, and their auras became even more powerful and strange. Shenzong was secretly surprised. What was this? The bandits who had turned into monsters all let out shocking roars and roars. The blood-red flames on their bodies burned even more brightly. Then, they all charged towards Shenzong. Their extremely sharp claws tore the sky apart, leaving terrifying scars. Every monster's speed increased by many times. Their sharp claws were even more terrifying. Shenzong had the feeling that he would be instantly torn apart if he was caught. However, no matter how fast they were or how sharp their claws were, they could not catch Shenzong. In an instant, Shenzong switched between the virtual and the real. He dodged all the attacks. The sword gleam suddenly lit up and attacked with endless bone-chilling coldness. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, most of the fifth realm bandits who had turned into monsters were all killed by Shenzong. Even their spiritual souls and vitality were devoured by Shenzong. Their bodies were also destroyed by the extremely sharp sword chi, turning into powder and disappearing. Shenzong could feel that the bandits who had turned into monsters had their spiritual souls unchanged. However, their vitality had increased by several times. This was a good meal for the mysterious seed. In the end, only the two demi-emperor bandits were left. What other tricks do you have? Shenzong asked in return. The two bandits were horrified. All their subordinates had been killed. Even though they had taken the pill and turned into monsters, their strength had increased greatly. However, they were still easily killed. Moreover, after they were killed, their corpses turned into powder. This scene was too horrifying. Now, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed had increased by a lot. The speed at which they devoured spiritual souls and vitality had become extremely fast. Now, there was no need to pull the opponent's spiritual soul out of the body. They could directly devour it in their heads, and their vitality would also be devoured in an instant. While devouring, Shenzong's sword chi vibrated, and at the same time, the opponent's body was directly shattered and turned into powder. In this way, it would give people the feeling that they were directly crushed into powder. No one would associate it with the devouring of spiritual souls and vitality. Otherwise, if others were to see through him, it would probably bring about a disadvantageous effect on Shenzong. After all, no matter how one looked at it, devouring souls and vitality wasn't something that the righteous path did, and it was the actions of the evil path. There was a saying that power was righteous if it was used righteously, and evil if it was used evilly. There was no such thing as righteous or evil power. There was only one's heart. However, not everyone could see through this point. Only a small number of people could be so wise. The vast majority of people were relatively ignorant. Shenzong did not think that he could resist the crusade of the world. There were always some self-righteous people who acted in the name of eliminating evil and defending righteousness. This was unnecessary trouble. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. However, the scene of killing someone and then crushing them to powder was really too shocking. Moreover, it was too cruel. It was so cruel that even the two demi-emperor bandits of the Wukong territory were shocked. They could not do it. It was a cruel and terrifying method. Kill him. The two demi-emperors growled without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them attacked one after another. They exploded with an astonishing attack. The terrifying power directly blasted towards Chunzong, as if it wanted to crush Chunzong. However, after releasing the powerful attack, the two of them immediately retreated without any hesitation. They knew that even if they used their trump cards and increased their strength greatly, they were still no match for Chunzong. Chunzong slashed with his sword. It was incomparably sharp. It directly split the two attacks that were coming towards him. His figure flashed, and he immediately chased after them. However, the two of them were extremely fast. Moreover, they had already prepared all kinds of escape routes. In just a moment, they rushed into the wall. It was a secret door. The moment Chunzong chased after them, the two demi-emperors had already rushed into the secret door and disappeared. Under the perception of Chunzong's divine consciousness, his figure turned into an illusion in an instant. He directly crossed the wall as if he was using the wall-passing technique. However, in fact, this was just an application of the Space Dao by Chunzong. It was a special technique. As soon as he passed through the thick wall, Chunzong immediately felt a different aura. The aura was demonic and blazing. It was like a volcano that was about to come to life, releasing a terrifying power that could destroy everything. What entered his eyes was a platform. It was a platform that was 100 meters high. The platform was covered with blood-red lines. It looked very strange. A tall silhouette wearing a blood-red battle armor was standing on the platform. An extremely dreadful aura was fluctuating around his body, and those two semi-emperor level experts were rushing towards the platform in a panic. "Sir, hurry up and do something. Sir, Chunzong is here." When the two of them saw the figure on the platform, they immediately shouted. Chunzong's pupils contracted slightly. He instinctively felt a trace of threat from the figure on the platform. Who was that? Someone from the Wukong territory? It shouldn't be. The tall figure in blood-red armor, who had been standing on the platform and seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red light filled his eyes. It was as if a blood-red flame was burning fiercely, burning everything. The pair of blood-red flame eyes directly passed over the two demi-emperors who were fleeing in panic and stared at Chunzong. In an instant, the threat that Chunzong brought to him became even stronger. Peerless Sword King Chunzong. The man in blood-red armor spoke directly. His voice was strange and fleeting. It was as domineering as a raging flame. The voice contained some kind of indescribable power that directly poured into Chunzong's ears. "Who are you?" Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. His intuition told him that this person was not a bandit from the Wukong territory. He was not even a bandit from the Chaos territory. He was from somewhere else. "I am Divine General Tsang Wu of the Purgatory Divine Sect," the man in blood-red armor replied directly. "Purgatory Demon Sect." Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. 200 years ago, the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect revived and began to wreak havoc in the universe. They caused many killings and created a lot of chaos. Of course, whether it was the Infernal Order or the Purgatory Demon Sect, they were just flattering themselves. They called themselves the Avicii Sect and the Purgatory Divine Sect, but in fact, they had always been called the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect. The divine generals of the Purgatory Demon Sect were also called Demon Generals. They were equivalent to experts of the Fifth Realm. Of course, the man named Tsang Wu in front of him belonged to the top of the Fifth Realm. He was a demi-emperor expert. Moreover, he was a top demi-emperor expert who could threaten Chunzong. He was strong enough to reach the top of the Divine King list. Chunzong suddenly felt that his blood seemed to be burning. His fighting spirit began to rise. How strong was the demon general of the Purgatory Demon Sect? Let's try it with the sword in my hand. Chapter 28:30. It was out of Chunzong's expectations to meet a demon general from the Inferno Demon Sect here. But in retrospect, it wasn't that surprising. After all, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Sect had been wreaking havoc in the universe for more than 200 years. In these 200 years, The two evil forces had been wreaking havoc and chaos everywhere. Therefore, it was normal for them to set their sights on the Chaos territory. After all, the Chaos territory was very close to Mount Taihao. If they could take over the Chaos territory and use it as a stronghold, it would be easier for them to deal with Mount Taihao. It wasn't that the Inferno Demon sect had a grudge against Mount Taihao, but that all the forces in the universe were the Inferno Demon sect's targets. If it wasn't for the fact that they felt that they weren't strong enough to conquer the universe, even the Infernal Order would have been eliminated by the Inferno Demon sect. Of course, the Infernal Order had the same idea too. Since that was the case, the two evil forces would temporarily join forces to deal with the other forces in the universe, especially the various Holy Lands. They would be able to truly wreak havoc in the universe and cause it to fall into chaos. It would be easier for them to invade the universe and become the overlords of the universe. The Inferno Demon sect set their sights on the Chaos territory and quickly took action. But unfortunately, just as they started their operation, Chunzong arrived. They had no choice but to make some arrangements to get rid of Chunzong first. Chunzong, your talent and potential are extraordinary. Our Inferno Demon sect needs a prodigy like you. Come, join us and become a divine general. Together, we can dominate the universe. The Inferno Demon General Song Wu seemed to be praising something, but also seemed to be trying to bewitch Chunzong. Indeed, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon sect, in addition to wreaking havoc and chaos, had also recruited many talented cultivators for their use. For example, Chunzong's outstanding talent was naturally in the eyes of the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon sect. They planned to recruit him first and use him for their own purposes. If it didn't work out, they would have to kill him. In the face of Song Wu's bewitching words, Chunzong smiled. How could he join them? In a flash, Chunzong unsheathed his sword and pierced it through the air. The silvery white sword light cut through the air like a frosty river, aiming straight for the Purgatory Demon General Song Wu. This attack was merciless. Song Wu's eyes shone with an incomparably scarlet blood-red light, burning like raging flames. However, he revealed a vicious smile in the face of Chunzong's attack. Soon after, he waved his right hand, and a blood-red blade suddenly appeared. He suddenly slashed out with it. Song Wu's of the demon sect. Fight! Song Wu. And of Song Wu Song of Wu. Of Song Wu of the of Wu's of Song. Song. Est Song. Song est sect. Saber light and sword shadows filled the air, killing everywhere. It was as if the place had turned into a desolate land. Song Wu was shocked. He was one of the top 10 divine generals of the Purgatory Divine Sect, but he couldn't kill Chunzong. Chunzong's strength was too shocking. Your strength is not bad, but if that's all, then I'll send you on your way. Chunzong's voice suddenly rang out. The sword light became even more intense in an instant, and its power increased exponentially. Whether it was the Heart Sword Art or the World Sword Art, Chunzong had cultivated both of them to the level of Super Sun-class secret techniques, and they were already at the pinnacle of Sun-class secret techniques. When Chunzong fully unfolded, he immediately suppressed the Purgatory Goblin General Song Wu. In terms of strength, Song Wu was indeed more powerful than Chunzong. However, in terms of the profoundness of swordsmanship, Song Wu was much weaker than Chunzong. In just a few strikes, Song Wu was injured. You have infuriated me. Song Wu let out a furious roar, followed by a strange roar. His originally muscular body began to tremble nonstop, and his muscles began to swell crazily. A series of strange noises also began to ring out. Transformation. Song Wu was transforming, and the blood-red energy flames burned around him. In the blink of an eye, Song Wu turned into a 3-meter-tall, blood-red monster. He had a single horn, red eyes, and fiery red scales that looked like snake scales or fish scales covered his body. His limbs became longer and thicker, and there were spikes on his joints that were as sharp as blades. The claws on his left hand were extremely sharp, and a long blood-red saber grew out of his right hand. Chilling light flashed around the saber, and a tail that was more than 1 meter long grew out of his back. Song Wu's transformation was similar to the transformation of those people, but the difference was obvious. The transformation of those bandits was like a half-finished product. However, Chunzong felt that Song Wu's transformation was complete, and his aura was much stronger. He took a step forward, and a long saber on his right arm slashed out. In an instant, dozens of blood-red saber lights slashed through the void without mercy. Then the sharp claws on his left hand clawed out in all directions, cutting off all escape routes for Chunzong. Then he swung his tail violently. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 3 consecutive attacks were completely connected, and Chunzong was directly locked in place. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, and it could be said that it was an instant kill. Retreat. In an instant, Chunzong was forced back. Song Wu's speed was fast, and his strength was powerful. Even though Chunzong had a lot of techniques, he was still a little weak in front of Song Wu's speed and strength. This made Chunzong realize that his swordsmanship wasn't strong enough. Even though his swordsmanship had reached the level of a super sun-class technique and surpassed many people, Chunzong still felt the same way. His 2 swordsmanship techniques improved very quickly, but he didn't have enough combat experience. To put it simply, he didn't have enough combat experience in the last 200 years. Even if he did, he only had a few intense battles on Wanyuan Island. However, those battles didn't belong to him, and they had nothing to do with his swordsmanship. Therefore, they couldn't help him sharpen his swordsmanship. Even though his 2 swordsmanship techniques improved rapidly, he didn't have enough combat experience. Therefore, although these 2 swordsmanship techniques were powerful, they weren't profound enough. In other words, their potential wasn't fully developed yet. Realizing this, Chunzong immediately performed the Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique. He kept using the 2 sword techniques to resist the monster's attacks. Heart Sword technique neutralized Song Wu's attacks, and World Sword technique collided with Song Wu's attacks. Again and again, Chunzong grasped the mysteries of these 2 swordsmanship techniques and developed their potential. The monster transformed from Song Wu became more and more violent as the battle continued. In the beginning, it was able to force Chunzong back, but Chunzong's swordsmanship seemed to be improving. Gradually, Song Wu was able to counter Song Wu's attacks. World Sword technique. Chop. In the intense, whistling noise, Chunzong struck out with his sword. That sword energy seemed to contain the shocking power of a world. It was extremely domineering and powerful, and it directly pressed down on Song Wu's body. Monster. Song Wu's arm blade also struck at Song Wu's body. It was extremely powerful, as if it could cut through everything. At the moment when the sword and saber collided, Chunzong's arm trembled. His body also trembled, and he leaned back as if he was about to be sent flying. However, Song Wu didn't have it easy either. Chunzong's strike was so powerful that it had gradually interpreted the essence of swordsmanship. It was as if the world was really colliding with each other. Even though Chunzong wasn't as strong as Song Wu in terms of absolute power, the profound power of his swordsmanship could completely make up for it. Like a bamboo in the wind, the second strike came again. It was Heart Sword technique. The power of Heart Sword technique was far inferior to World Sword technique, but it was faster and harder to defend against. Hit. Song Wu's monster body was very strong, but he couldn't resist Chunzong's Heart Sword technique. His tough scales were directly broken, and he was instantly injured. Song Wu's superb swordsmanship was further honed by Chunzong. His potential was truly stimulated, and he turned the tables around. He was injured. Song Wu's monster body was constantly injured, and blood was flowing out. He felt that his powerful strength was gradually fading away. If this goes on, I'll be in danger. This is the only way now. Although Song Wu had turned into a monster, he didn't lose his mind. He thought about it, and after a feint attack, he immediately burst out with an amazing speed and flew back. This monster body was indeed very strong. As he flew back, he was as fast as a fiery light. In an instant, He was close to the two half-royal realm bandits. Without hesitation, he grabbed their necks and twisted them. With a crack, the two men's necks were immediately broken. However, they didn't really die. They were still struggling, and they were very puzzled. Why? Why did he want to kill them? They didn't understand. Shenzong was also shocked. Weren't they accomplices? Why did they fight among themselves? With a swing of his left arm, Song Wu flung the two bandits onto the platform. They landed heavily on the platform, and in a flash, he appeared on the platform. His arm blade slashed through the air, directly splitting the bodies of the two bandits into two, causing blood to flow out. Then, Song Wu's left arm suddenly punched down, directly hitting the platform beneath his feet. With a boom, the platform shook. The blood of the two bandits flowed onto the red marks on the platform, and they immediately burned. An extremely terrifying aura began to spread out. Monster God, please grant me supreme, divine power. As the bloody lights spread out, Song Wu's monster body suddenly roared. Burn! 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 Extremely fierce dark red flames burned on the entire platform. It turned out that this wasn't a platform, but an altar. Standing on the altar, Song Wu's body was also burning. He was in extreme pain, and he was constantly being destroyed. However, he forced himself to endure it like a madman. Shenzong slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword light got close to the altar, it was blocked by the dark red flames. It couldn't break through at all. 1 slash couldn't do it, 2 slashes couldn't do it, and even 10 slashes couldn't do it. Instead, Song Wu on the altar kept roaring. The dark red flames burned wildly, as if they wanted to turn him into ashes. An extremely terrifying and evil aura spread out like a raging tide. Chapter 28:31. On the altar, the dark red blood light surged like flames. The flames were blazing fiercely, but there seemed to be an indescribable chill to them. Shenzong was very wary of them. Sword after sword, Shenzong could not break through them, but he was also thinking about whether he should use the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. The power of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique was obvious, but Shenzong was not confident that he could break through them. The heavenly light sword-drawing technique consumed too much of his strength, so it could only be used as a trump card. As for the remaining 3 drops of Swordway Origin Energy and a fragment of Sword St. Taihao's sword mark, he didn't want to use them as much as possible. This was especially true in a place like the Chaos Territory. If he used too much power, he could shatter the space. Even though the space in the territories of bandits was more stable, it was still more fragile than the outside world. The dark red flames rapidly shrank inwards, and the terrifying aura continued to increase. Shenzong could vaguely see the image of a huge vortex appear, and a pair of eyes that were burning with endless blood-red flames emitted an endless terrifying will. The demonic aura was overflowing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice from the vortex. Then, the pair of eyes emitted a shocking light that fell directly on Song Wu's monster body. As if adding oil to the fire, the flames on Song Wu's body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn him to ashes. However, Song Wu was not burned to ashes. On the contrary, his body, which was originally 3 meters tall, swelled again and finally stabilized at 5 meters tall. His original single horn became 2 horns, like the horns of a bull. Burn! It burned crazily, the dark red flames blazing fiercely, the raging flames surging wildly. When the dark red flames on the altar converged into his body, Song Wu's monster body had changed. He was now 5 meters tall, and the dark red flames continued to burn. He looked like a demon that had walked out a magma lake. The aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the saber in Song Wu's right hand grew sharply and was covered with saw teeth. From time to time, drops of dark red molten iron would drip to the ground, burning through the ground and emitting shocking smoke and sizzling sounds. The sharp claws on Song Wu's left arm looked even thicker. A dark red chain was wrapped around his arm, making him look exceptionally ferocious. Shenzong's face was solemn and dignified. Pressure. His opponent's aura was extremely violent, as if it was evil from purgatory. It was so terrifying that Shenzong felt great pressure. A sharp whistle rang out as Tsang Wu suddenly swung his left arm. The chain wrapped around his arm instantly shot out. It was extremely quick and contained an extremely terrifying power as it smashed towards Lin Dong in an unstoppable manner. In that instant, Shenzong's figure turned illusory and dodged the chain's attack. Then he closed in on Tsang Wu. Suddenly, the light of his sword flashed, and he slashed at Tsang Wu. The serrated arm blade was burning with a shocking dark red flame. It suddenly slashed down. It was a simple slash, but it seemed to have sealed off everything around it. Everything was shrouded in it, and its power was incomparably tyrannical. Chop! The slash seemed to be able to split a mountain. It collided with Shenzong's swordsmanship. Shenzong immediately felt an extremely terrifying power rushing towards him. The power was several times stronger than before. Originally, Tsang Wu was already a top-notch half-emperor expert. After transforming into a monster, his strength had increased by more than 3 times. He had made further progress in the half-emperor level, and now he had the strength to rank among the top 100 on the Divine King list. Now, with the help of the Purgatory Demon God, his strength had increased by several times. Now, his strength was so strong that even Shenzong was extremely wary of him. Even though Shenzong had thoroughly comprehended the essence of the World Sword Principle, and every slash of his sword seemed to carry the power of a world. It was extremely powerful and could crush everything. But now, with the help of the so-called Purgatory Demon God's power, Tsang Wu's strength had become even more terrifying. He was many times stronger than Shenzong. If Shenzong's World Sword Principle had not been so exquisite, he would not have been able to contend with Tsang Wu. Fight! Shenzong attacked with all his strength, and the sword sharpening technique was also activated. Then, he slashed out horizontally, and the two of them were evenly matched. The World Sword Principle collided head-on. In the next moment, it transformed into the Heart Sword Principle, and it followed a mystical trajectory and struck Tsang Wu's body. Puff! As if the Heart Sword Principle hit leather, it couldn't break through Tsang Wu's body. It only left a sword mark. Such a powerful defense. Shenzong couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. The Heart Sword Principle focused on sharpness, and its sharpness was shocking. However, it couldn't break through Tsang Wu's scales. This body was too terrifying. It must be noted that the Heart Sword Principle was a Super Sun class technique, and Shenzong's swordsmanship techniques were also Super Sun class techniques. Except for some special characteristics, their close-range power wasn't much higher than the Heart Sword Principle. Since the Heart Sword Principle couldn't break through Tsang Wu's body, it meant that other sword techniques couldn't harm him either. Could it be that he had to use the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique? The Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique was a sword Dao Divine technique with a very extreme offensive power. It was much more powerful than other sword Dao Divine techniques of the same level. It could be said to be the most powerful offensive divine technique of the same level. Compared to the Heart Sword Principle, the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique was more than 10 times more powerful. Shenzong believed that the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique could break through Tsang Wu's tough body, but he wasn't sure if he could kill him. He wasn't sure. From the bottom of his heart, Shenzong knew that he wasn't sure. However, even if he wasn't sure, there was still some hope. With the Heart Sword Principle and the sword sharpening technique, Shenzong's sword struck Tsang Wu's purgatory demonic body again. This time, the sword strike was more powerful, and it did break through Tsang Wu's purgatory demonic body. However, the damage wasn't serious. This strike was extremely domineering, and it carried with it a terrifying, blazing flame. Shenzong had no choice but to dodge. He retreated, then advanced again. In an instant, the Frostfall sword had already returned to its scabbard when Shenzong retreated. As Shenzong took another step forward, the Frostfall sword was suddenly unsheathed. In the middle of retreating and unsheathing, Shenzong had already mobilized all the power in his body, and it exploded in an instant. The wholehearted realm not only made Chunzong's power more condensed, but also made it easier to mobilize. The instantaneous explosion was extremely powerful and shocking. He unsheathed his sword and struck. The sword light was so sharp that Song Wu couldn't look at it directly. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of fear from the depths of his soul. However, the sword light was too fast. It was indescribably fast, and it seemed to be even faster than lightning. There was no way to dodge it. In a moment of desperation, Song Wu could only wave his saber horizontally in an attempt to block the sword. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. This sword, Dao Divine Technique, Chunzong had long cultivated it to the realm of perfection. The power of one sword strike was astonishing to the extreme. Even a sixth realm cultivator wouldn't dare to underestimate this strike, let alone a fifth realm cultivator. An absolutely tyrannical sword slashed out. In the chaotic region where space was relatively weak, this beam of sword light directly tore apart the void, creating a crack that was pitch black to the extreme, as though it wanted to devour everything. The moment the sword light and saber light collided, Song Wu's saber arm was cut off. The saber arm was connected to his blood vessels, and it was equivalent to a part of his body. It was extremely painful when it was cut off, but the saber arm was also extremely hard. After it was cut off, it offset most of the power of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. The remaining power landed on Song Wu's purgatory monstrous body and cut it open. However, it didn't manage to sever Song Wu's body. It was stuck. The Frost Stream Sword was stuck in Song Wu's purgatory demon body. For a moment, it couldn't be pulled out. Song Wu endured the intense pain of being injured and suddenly grabbed at Chunzong's body with his left arm. The extremely terrifying claws were about to crush Chunzong. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chunzong let go of the Frost Stream Sword and instantly retreated to avoid Song Wu's counterattack. Another sword appeared in his left hand. Although it wasn't a supreme-grade Dao weapon, it was still a superior-grade Dao weapon. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. Now, Chunzong's cultivation and spirit were so strong that he could use the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique twice in an instant. He still had some left over. This sword light slashed at Song Wu's head. It couldn't be blocked. It couldn't be blocked at all. It was too fast. In just an instant, the neck of Song Wu's demon body was directly cut off by the sword light. The hideous head flew high into the air, but he didn't die immediately. This demon body gave him an extremely strong and vigorous vitality. Explode. Dark red flames erupted wildly. It was about to explode and kill Chunzong. Devour. Chunzong immediately controlled the black mark and the mysterious seed to explode with astonishing power. They directly devoured Song Wu's divine soul and vitality, which was equivalent to interrupting Song Wu's self-destruction. As soon as he devoured, Chunzong was shocked. The divine soul of Song Wu's demon body was at a normal level, but the vitality in his body was comparable to that of a sixth realm expert. Under the sword chi, Song Wu's body also turned into powder, leaving no trace behind. After killing Song Wu, Chunzong also constantly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the energy he had consumed. After using the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique twice in a row, although he didn't exhaust all his spirit and cultivation power, he had consumed about 70% to 80%. Chunzong, I really didn't expect you to have cultivated the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique to such a level. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a little gloomy and a little hoarse. Who's there? Chunzong's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he immediately scanned the area. However, he didn't see anyone. The voice seemed to be coming from all directions, and it was difficult to distinguish clearly. However, with Chunzong's superb perception, he still sensed 3 weak auras hiding not far away, separated by a wall. The battle just now was very intense, and the 3 auras were very restrained, so he didn't sense them. However, now that the battle was over, the 3 auras seemed to have strengthened a little. Chunzong only sensed them slightly when he used all his perception. Unparalleled sword, Sovereign Chunzong. Everything about you ends here. The second voice sounded. It was hoarse and low, but Chunzong could still tell that it was different from the first voice. At the same time, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body and his hair to stand on end. Horrifying. Extremely horrifying. However, the moment the sense of crisis appeared, there was a sudden explosion in all directions. The shocking explosion came directly from all directions and headed toward the center. A huge explosion, an earth-shattering explosion. The entire hall was in the midst of the explosion. Chunzong hadn't recovered his strength yet, not even half of his usual strength, so he couldn't rush out in time. Chapter 28:32. Explosion. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire palace was shattered and turned into dust. This explosion was incomparably intense and powerful. It was comparable to the attack of a 6th-level emperor. The attack of a 6th-level emperor was enough to tear apart space in the outside world. In a place like the anarchic lands where space was relatively thin, it was even easier to tear apart space. Shatter. The space in the palace shattered like porcelain, revealing a large patch of darkness that emitted a terrifying, devouring power. It was like the mouth of an abyss monster that could devour everything. After a while, the black hole-like space crack quickly closed and finally disappeared. The palace was completely destroyed, leaving behind only a vacuum. The remaining aura was extremely terrifying. Not long after, 3 figures appeared at the edge of the palace. He should be dead this time. Under the power of the space crack, he must have been devoured and his soul scattered. The hatred in my heart is finally resolved. These 3 people were dressed in black robes. Their auras were faintly discernible, and they looked very unfathomable. Let's go. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately turned into 3 shadows and left the place at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying force was crazily attacking his body. The space energy was as sharp as a blade, and nothing in the world could withstand it. Chunzong activated the silver sword body with all his might. He took out some elixirs and consumed them to speed up the recovery of his strength and resist the devastating cutting of the space energy. However, it was difficult for him to truly resist it. The silver sword body was indeed very strong, but there was a limit to it. His body was constantly being torn open, and the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. The terrifying power of space invaded his body and continued to wreak havoc. The mysterious seed's life force spread throughout his body. When Chunzong was injured, the mysterious seed's life force immediately healed him. It allowed Chunzong to preserve his body and not be killed by the terrifying and chaotic power of space. However, the power of space here was simply too chaotic and too violent. It was several times more violent than the spatial crack Chunzong had fled into. Chunzong did not know if he could survive by relying on the mysterious seed's life force and his grasp of the Tao of space. He had to do his best. Chunzong was constantly moving around to find a safe place while resisting the attack of the space force and recovering from his injuries. There was always a way out. Chunzong's luck was not bad. Finally, he found a black hole that looked like an exit. Chunzong took the risk and rushed into the darkness. Chunzong's face lit up when he fell. There was no attack from the space force, which meant that he was out of danger. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. Chunzong was very lucky to be able to survive the space explosion. Of course, other than luck, there was more. What mattered was his own ability, his grasp of the Tao of space, and the mysterious seed's vitality. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. After floating in the chaotic space for a long time, the mysterious seed's life force was constantly consumed. Now only half of it was left. Chunzong couldn't help but feel sorry for her. In order to get that life force, he had put in a lot of effort. Now that half of it had been consumed, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry for her. However, Chunzong did not dwell on it. After all, the life force that was consumed was used to heal and save his life. At first, He had two purposes for letting the mysterious seed devour the life force. One was to see what the mysterious seed would eventually grow into. The other was to add a life-saving card to himself. A trump card. Falling. Shenzong kept falling. There seemed to be wind whistling in his ears. There was darkness in front of him. However, as he kept falling, the darkness seemed to be fading slowly. Shenzong could gradually see the scenery around him. It was a very spacious place. Shenzong looked carefully and finally saw clearly that he had landed on a mountain. Looking ahead, it was a stretch of grayish-white, as if there were countless hills rising up. There were also many withered bones scattered all over like mountains and rivers entrenched in a long river. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air of death was everywhere. It was like a graveyard, a huge graveyard. Shenzong was even more shocked to find that it was not a mountain under his feet, but a huge skeleton. The skeleton was thousands of meters high. It was stuck in the ground for an unknown number of years. It was covered with a thick layer of dust and gradually condensed into the appearance of earth and stone. That was why it looked like a mountain. However, Shenzong still perceived its original form with his super strong perception. The skeleton that was thousands of meters high was only a section. It could be imagined how huge the body of the skeleton's owner was when he was alive. Could it be a cosmic beast? Whether it was or not, Shenzong couldn't tell, but he was still shocked. There were countless skeletons. Under Shenzong's sharp gaze, they were clearly revealed. Shenzong could tell that some of these skeletons were of the same origin, which meant that they came from the same body. However, some of them were not of the same origin, which meant that they didn't belong to the same body. In other words, many giant beasts had died here. Was it a war between giant beasts? Or was it something else? He couldn't tell. Suddenly, Shenzong's eyes flashed sharply. He stared at the dark and gloomy sky. At that moment, Shenzong felt that he was being spied on. However, the feeling of being spied on was like the moon in the water. It disappeared in a flash. Shenzong wasn't sure whether it was real or just an illusion. Looking away, Shenzong became more vigilant. He accidentally fell into this place. It was like a huge graveyard of giant beasts, but he had no idea where it was. Explore. Shenzong didn't plan to stay there. He had to find a way to leave. Since he was going to leave, he had to move and explore. Perhaps he might even be able to obtain some sort of opportunity. With a leap, Shenzong leaped from the skeletal mountain that was thousands of meters high and flew forward quickly. Shenzong also spread out his divine sense and raised his perception to the maximum, carefully sensing all the fluctuations in the surroundings. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through everything. Skeletons. They were all skeletons. Skeletons were everywhere. The shortest ones were dozens of meters long, and the longest ones were thousands of meters long. It was amazing. Those so-called hills were all evolved from skeletons. The more Shenzong looked, the more surprised he was. Was this really a graveyard? It was so vast that it seemed to have no end. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of skeletons. Shenzong also saw many skeletal heads that were hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in size. He even saw a head that was tens of thousands of meters long lying on the ground. It was amazing. In addition, Shenzong had been paying attention to the feeling of being spied on. Shenzong's instinct told him that it wasn't an illusion. He was really being spied on. Unfortunately, he didn't feel that again after that. Maybe his reaction was discovered by the other party. Thinking, Shenzong kept exploring but didn't find anything. He couldn't see any living creatures at all. There were only skeletons, endless skeletons. Compared to the mystery of this place, Shenzong wanted to find the exit as soon as possible to leave this place and return to Taihao Mountain. After all, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak had gone to the Trustwind House in person to bring Yunxin back. If nothing unexpected happened, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak would come back within 5 years. As such, he had to return to Taihao Mountain within 5 years. In addition, the sound and explosion at the end made Shenzong smell a strong conspiracy. In Wukong territory, the so-called waiting for him for a long time meant that the people of Wukong territory already knew about his actions. He obtained this mission in Taihao Mountain. He didn't delay and acted immediately, but he was still found out. What did this mean? It was very simple. Someone deliberately leaked this mission and his whereabouts to the bandits in the Chaos Territory. And in the Wukong territory of the Chaos Territory, there were also Yao generals of the Purgatory Demon sect. The last three presences, with Chunzong's strong perception, he could sense that they were not the presences of the Purgatory Demon sect, but a somewhat familiar presences. The breaths of the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak. Chunzong was sure that he didn't sense it wrong. The auras of the three people were very obscure, but also very powerful. They had surpassed the 5th level and were most likely 6th level Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, the aura fluctuations were clearly the aura fluctuations of the Lanhai clan. It was the power of the bloodline of the Lanhai clan. Of course, if someone disguised themselves, they could do it. Chunzong's thoughts were very clear. It was normal for the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak to hate him. After all, he had opposed them many times, and because of him, they won the peak promotion battle, which caused Guilin Peak to be demoted to a branch peak. They lost their position as the main peak and lost a large amount of resources, which would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Obstructing their path of cultivation was like killing one's parents. It was almost the same concept. But Chunzong didn't dare to imagine that the Lanhai clan would really go to this step and inform the bandits in the Chaos Territory to kill him, even including the people of the Inferno Demon sect. Such an action was undoubtedly against the rules of Taihao Mountain. Therefore, after Chunzong left, he would return to Taihao Mountain to investigate this matter. If it was really the Lanhai clan, then Chunzong would definitely not let it go. But the most important thing now was to leave this place. If he couldn't leave, then everything else would be in vain. Chunzong was very fast. He flew through the air, crossing 10,000 meters in an instant. He kept searching, but he couldn't find anything. Skeletons, endless skeletons, and the breaths here were mainly death chi. Chunzong thought that he had fallen into the undead world of the interlayer universe. If it weren't for these skeletons, they wouldn't have moved. He kept flying forward. As he flew, Chunzong didn't calculate how far he had flown, nor did he care about how much time he had spent, because time didn't seem to exist here. In front of him, a huge figure was entrenched, which made Chunzong feel extremely shocked. What was that? It was a gigantic skeletal head. How gigantic was it? Hundreds of thousands of meters. That skull was at least several 100,000 meters in size. It was like an immemorial mountain that stretched across the land. It was extremely majestic, causing Chunzong to be extremely shocked. Chunzong's instincts told him that perhaps what he wanted to explore was in the area of the gigantic skull. Chapter 28:33. Chunzong could not tell what giant beast had left behind the gigantic skull that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The closer he got, the more oppressive he felt. Although he did not know how long it had been dead, the skull of the giant skeletal beast still exuded a terrifying aura. Even with Chunzong's divine will, he felt that it was difficult to withstand. Chunzong's divine will was extremely strong, and his essence, chi, and spirit were even more powerful. Even so, he had to be careful in resisting it. If it were any other 5th realm cultivator, they would not be able to get close at all. Facing this terrifying aura, Chunzong flew into the skull's eye socket. Although it was just an eye socket, it was still extremely huge. After flying into it, the aura weakened. Although it was just an eye socket, it was like a huge cave. Chunzong spent a lot of time to really cross it and fly into the skull. As he flew forward, the light inside the skull was a little dim, but Chunzong could still see clearly. In addition, Chunzong also instinctively felt that the aura here was different. It was filled with the rich aura of the space Tao. Moreover, the deeper he flew, the stronger the aura of the space Tao Chunzong could feel. Chunzong could not help but reveal a look of joy. Could there be some kind of opportunity that was related to the space Tao in this place? Was it a treasure or an inheritance? Finally, Chunzong saw a figure in front of him. It was a circular platform that resembled an altar. It was about 10 meters in size and 3 meters in height. There were 9 5-meter-tall obelisks erected around it. Each obelisk was engraved with mysterious patterns and exuded the aura of the space Tao. It was very mysterious. In the middle of the altar sat a skinny figure in tattered robes. His grayish-white hair scattered, covering his head and face. It hung directly on the altar. The spatial divine runes on the 9 obelisks glowed faintly, and the runes on the altar glowed faintly as well. The aura of the Tao of space emanated from the 9 obelisks and the altar. That withered body was filled with a deathly stillness, without the slightest bit of vitality. Shenzong didn't know how long it had been dead, but he didn't smell any decaying aura. On the contrary, other than the deathly stillness, it seemed even more peaceful. After observing for a while, Shenzong stepped forward step by step and approached the figure. Senior. Even though he could feel that this body had withered and was deathly still, Shenzong still tried to call out. Shenzong could not let his guard down at all in such a place and with such people. Suddenly, something strange happened. The body seemed to tremble slightly, as if it was about to come alive. Shenzong suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed to the extreme, as sharp as the edge of a sword. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared on the withered body. That illusory figure was as thin as smoke, like the flame of a candle in the wind. It looked as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. But Shenzong did not dare to underestimate it. You have the Tao of space, and you are able to come to me. You must be a fated person, the illusory figure said. His voice passed through the void and entered Shenzong's ears in a strange way. Senior, may I know who you are? Shenzong asked. I am the great sage of Hong Kong, the illusory figure said with a smile. In his words, there seemed to be lofty sentiments, but there was also a kind of sorrow of a hero past his prime. No matter what, the glory was in the past. Now he had died long ago. What was left was only a wisp of his remnant soul consciousness. And this wisp of remnant soul consciousness was constantly being worn down with the passage of time. Now, it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. If more time passed, this wisp of remnant soul consciousness would be completely worn down and disappear completely. The great sage of Hong Kong. Who was this? Shenzong did not know because he had never heard of him. But the words great sage meant that this person was a saint-level expert. Even the weakest saint-level expert was an expert who stood at the top of the universe. He was a super-existence whose life level surpassed the emperor level. In an instant, Shenzong even had more associations. The great sage of Hong Kong was a saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. A saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. Wasn't this an opportunity? Thinking of this, Shenzong was a little excited, but it was only a little, and he soon calmed down. First, Shenzong's current state of mind was extraordinary. Second, what he had not gotten was not his, so there was nothing to be happy about. This wisp of remnant soul consciousness of mine will not exist for long. Long story short, the wisp of remnant soul consciousness of the great sage of Hong Kong immediately said, I have been dead for many years. Back then, I fought with many giant beasts to snatch the primordial saint essence of the Deshang stage. That battle evolved into a chaotic battle with the universe's fierce demons and dark demons. Primordial saint essence. These 4 words made Shenzong's heart tremble. Wasn't that one of the treasures he needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons? Could it be that he could obtain it here? Shenzong was personally involved in the Fiend God Sword Codex's tyrannical power, so he was very clear about it. Currently, he had only mastered the 2nd stage, but he already possessed extremely terrifying power. If he mastered the 3rd stage, his cultivation strength would directly increase by many times. At that time, his overall strength would also increase by a lot, and his strength would become even more tyrannical and astonishing. This was the foundation of strength. Therefore, Shenzong wanted to cultivate the 3rd level very much. Of course, he also wanted to cultivate the 4th level. However, he had not even mastered the 3rd level yet. Forget about the 4th level. He could only think about the fourth level after mastering the third level. Moreover, the cultivation of the third level was so difficult. The cultivation of the fourth level would be many times more difficult than the third level. Shenzong did not think so much now. He would cultivate the third level first. However, Shenzong had already prepared all the treasures he needed to cultivate the third level of the sword body of gods and demons. He only needed the last one, which was the most difficult to obtain, the primordial saint essence. This treasure was not in Taihao Mountain. Shenzong had also inquired about it, but he had not found anything. He did not expect to hear about the primordial saint essence here. It was really unexpected. Shenzong suppressed his excitement and listened to Great Sage Hun Kong's story. Great Sage Hun Kong's story was brief and concise. He did not go into details, but Shenzong could clearly understand the content of Great Sage Hun Kong's words. Many years ago, Great Sage Hun Kong had discovered the primordial saint essence at the Deshang stage. The primordial saint essence at the Deshang stage was extremely powerful and had the power of a saint. It was also of great value to a saint expert. Great Sage Hun Kong's cultivation had some deviations at that time. He needed the help of the primordial saint essence to eliminate his shortcomings and improve his cultivation. However, the primordial saint essence also attracted a group of ancient beasts to fight for it. Ancient beasts were powerful beasts that possessed the bloodline of cosmic beasts. Powerful ancient beasts could also possess the strength of a saint. In addition to ancient beasts, there were also powerful cosmic beasts and dark demons that had come to fight for the innate saint essence. That battle had caused the sky to darken and the earth to collapse. The void had been completely shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Countless cosmic beasts, dark demons, and ancient beasts had died in that battle. There had even been a cosmic beast. Great Sage Hun Kong had used all his strength in that battle. In the end, the primordial saint essence had been shattered. Great Sage Hun Kong had obtained a fragment of the primordial saint essence, but the rest had escaped. Great Sage Hun Kong had also been severely injured in that battle. His injuries were so severe that he could not be healed unless he had the complete primordial saint essence. However, he had only obtained fragments, which could barely be counted as 1/10 of the primordial saint essence. Great Sage Hun Kong knew that he was going to die and that he did not have much time left. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only lay down all kinds of methods and use the last of his strength to leave behind his legacy. Shenzong finally knew the origin of the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain had not existed a long time ago. It had only appeared because Great Sage Hun Kong had fought against ancient beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, and dark demons for the primordial saint essence. Countless voids had been shattered, and the destruction had eventually formed the unique environment of the Chaos Domain. Great Sage Hun Kong had also left behind some opportunities in the Chaos Domain. For example, the spatial divine art inheritance and the space-breaking ring that Shenzong had obtained had been left behind by Great Sage Hun Kong. Of course, this wasn't the only place where he had left behind his legacy. There were other places that Shenzong had not found. Some of them were still there, while others had been found before. However, the true legacy was here in the Great Necropolis. Countless corpses of cosmic beasts and cosmic beasts were buried in this tomb. There was also the corpse of a cosmic beast. For example, the head that was hundreds of thousands of meters long had been left behind by that cosmic beast. The life force of the cosmic beast was astonishing. Even if it died, its remaining life force would still last for a long time. Fortunately, the Great Sage of Hun Kong had kept its head and used it as the core. He then used a special secret technique to build a life-prolonging altar. Through the head of the cosmic beast, he could absorb the remaining life force of all the corpses in the great tomb and gather it into the head of the cosmic beast. Then, through the altar, he could fuse it into the body of the cosmic beast to ensure that it could last for a long time. The purpose of this was naturally to wait for a fated person to come and pass on his spatial Tao. However, the great tomb was located in a mezzanine of the universe, a mezzanine between the mezzanine and the inner universe. It was also connected to the anarchic lands. The anarchic lands had an extremely unique environment. which led to many people coming here in search of opportunities, but to no avail. Time was long and eroded everything. The remaining vitality of all the corpses in the Great Tomb was eventually absorbed. Great Sage Hun Kong could no longer hold on. His body died, leaving only his soul behind. However, the soul could not live forever. It would also be slowly consumed until it was completely exhausted. Now his soul was just a strand of remnant soul. At most, it could last for another 100 years before it dissipated. Fortunately, you're here. Great Sage Hun Kong sighed. He felt that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Not only did someone come here before his remnant soul dissipated, this person had also mastered the spatial Tao and was the most suitable person to pass on a spatial Tao. If the person who came did not master the spatial Tao, it would be fine. However, when passing on a legacy, it would be relatively slower. Chapter 2834. A fist-sized, 36-sided transparent, silver-colored crystal rose from the withered body of the chaotic void Grand Sage. It radiated layers of silver-colored light. That silver-colored light appeared ethereal and ethereal. It was so dazzling and enchanting as it illuminated the surroundings. An astonishing aura of the great way of space spread out from the 36-sided crystal. Chunzong's eyes were attracted to it, and his heart beat wildly. Space crystal. This was a space crystal, a fist-sized space crystal, and its value was astonishing. No, Chunzong sensed it more carefully. He was sure that it was not a simple space crystal, but a space origin crystal that was of a higher level. Crystal and origin crystal were 2 words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the 5th realm and the 6th realm. The value of an origin crystal was at least 100 times that of a space crystal. This origin crystal is the inheritance crystal that I made, Great Sage Hun Kong said with a sigh. Great Saint Hun Kong sighed. The shadow's eyes were filled with reluctance and expectation. Since you're here, I'll leave the inheritance crystal to you. With that, the inheritance crystal flew to Chunzong, stopped in front of Chunzong, and slowly landed. Chunzong immediately reached out to catch it. As soon as he touched it, Chunzong immediately felt an extremely strong aura of the great way of space sweep over him. If you want to leave this tomb, you must first accept the inheritance and have a deeper understanding of the great way of space. The great sage of Hun Kong said, "This remnant soul of mine can use its last bit of strength to help you accept the inheritance. Do you have any other questions?" Great Sage Hun Kong asked finally. "Senior, where's the Khanate Saint Essence now?" Chunzong asked. Compared to Great Sage Hun Kong's inheritance, Chunzong wanted the Khanate Saint Essence more. This was because the Khanate Saint Essence was related to his cultivation of the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. It was the fundamental power and the foundation. It was completely different from the inheritance of the Space Origin Crystal. Of course, it would be best if he could get both. However, if he had to choose one, Chunzong would choose the Khanate Saint Essence. The innate Saint Essence is broken. I only have one fragment here. The remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong replied. Then, a translucent fragment rose from the withered body of the great saint of Huankong. It was like a lotus leaf, and the aura it gave off was incomparably divine and ethereal. It seemed like it could sort out all chaos, merge all conflict and rejection, and reforge the world. "Thank you, Senior." Chunzong was overjoyed when the innate Saint Essence fragment fell into his hands. Although it was only a fragment, it was enough for him to reach the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Body. After all, it was a fragment of a Dashang stage innate Saint Essence. It was no weaker than a newly born innate Saint Essence. The 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Body only required a newly born innate Saint Essence. With the innate Saint Essence in hand, he had gathered everything he needed to reach the 3rd level of the sword body. All that was left was to cultivate. But now, Chunzong decided to accept the great saint of Huankong's space Great Tao inheritance first. After putting away the innate Saint Essence, Chunzong picked up the inheritance crystal. His essence, chi, and spirit poured into it instantly. Instantly, the inheritance crystal shone brightly. Layers of light spread out and covered Chunzong. The inheritance crystal slowly floated to Chunzong's glabella. The moment it touched Chunzong's glabella, it seemed to melt into Chunzong's glabella. At the same time, the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong smiled and started burning. Sacrifice. He was burning himself for the inheritance. There was a blur in front of his eyes. It was as if the world had been created and also as if time and space had changed. Chunzong found himself leaving the skull of the skeletal beast and appearing in a void. A figure condensed in front of him. It was a figure in a silver-gray robe. It looked the same as the remnant soul just now. It was the great saint of Huankong. Senior. Chunzong immediately bowed. He was not worried that the other party would try to take over his body. Generally speaking, such a situation could be an inheritance, or it could be a trap set up by the other party to take over his body and live another life. But Chunzong was not afraid. Why was he not afraid? It was because of the mysterious black mark. The black mark gave Chunzong great confidence. If the other party dared to take over his body, he would be devoured by the black mark. In fact, if Chunzong had not pressed it down, the black mark would have already taken action and devoured the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong. Therefore, if the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong dared to take over Chunzong's body, it would become food for the black mark. It would become a resource for Chunzong to improve his essence, chi, and spirit. The spiritual soul of a saint-level expert, even if it was only a remnant soul, was incomparable to an emperor-level expert. After devouring it, there would be great benefits. Don't say anything. Watch my technique. The voice of the great saint of Huankong sounded. Immediately, his silver-gray robe and long hair fluttered in the absence of wind. His eyes shone with an incomparably deep light. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed directly at Chunzong. In just an instant, Chunzong felt that he and the void around him were fixed. A finger-pointing technique. This was the spatial divine technique that he had inherited. It was indeed the divine technique of the great saint of Huankong. However, Chunzong had already cultivated this finger-pointing technique to the perfection realm. However, as the mystery of the finger-pointing technique poured in, Chunzong immediately realized that the finger-pointing technique that he had comprehended and cultivated was not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chunzong was secretly delighted. As long as he mastered it, the power of the finger-pointing technique could be increased by another 30% under the same consumption of power. After the finger-pointing technique, the great saint of Huankong's expression turned serious. The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The second finger condensed in even stronger power and pointed out in an instant. Silently, as the finger pointed out, the void in front of him suddenly split open, as if it had been cut open by an invisible sharp blade. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared in Chunzong's mind. A finger-pointing technique. This divine technique was at the same level as the finger-pointing technique, but the effect was different. It was an offensive divine technique. When used, it would tear the void apart to kill the target. Then, the third finger was raised and pointed again. Shatter. A large part of the void was directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black area. It was as if a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed everything. The third finger, a finger-pointing technique. This was also an offensive divine art, but it was different from the sky-splitting finger technique. The finger-pointing technique was a one-sided attack, and its attack range was limited. On the other hand, the finger-pointing technique was a larger attack range. Each had its own merits. The finger-pointing technique, and the finger-pointing technique were the great saint of Huankong's Huankong 3 moves of Huankong. They were the foundation of his great way of Huankong. It was also the technique that the great saint of Huankong used the most when he was in the Emperor and Emperor realm. He created it himself and perfected it again and again until it reached the extreme. It became the foundation of his great way of Huankong. You are in the 5th realm. The 3 moves of Huankong are enough for you to comprehend. The great saint of Huankong smiled and said, When you completely master these 3 fingers, you can receive the next step of the inheritance. With that, the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong condensed into a point and charged directly at Shenzong. Shenzong immediately felt that it contained the profound mysteries of the Great Way of Space. All kinds of spiritual light appeared one after another. It was the accumulation of the great saint of Huankong's experience and skills in comprehending the Great Way of Space. It could help Shenzong better understand the Great Way of Space. In addition, it also sealed the more profound applications after the 3 moves of Huankong. However, Shenzong's current realm was too low. His understanding of the Great Way of Space was not at a high enough level to withstand the subsequent mysteries. However, the 3 moves of Huankong, or the 3 fingers of Huankong, were enough for Shenzong now. In a trance, Shenzong's consciousness returned. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the head of the cosmic beast. However, the altar in front of him had lost all its light. The figure on the altar had also disappeared without a trace. It was like an illusion, but also not an illusion. In Shenzong's mind, there was indeed the information of the 3 fingers of Huankong. It contained all its contents and mysteries. "Thank you, Senior." Shenzong sighed softly. He was very grateful to the great saint of Huankong. In addition to the 3 fingers of Huankong, there was also the great saint of Huankong's understanding of the Great Way of Space. In addition, there was also a way to leave the Great Tomb. However, if one wanted to leave the Great Tomb, one had to meet one of the 2 conditions. The first condition was to completely master the 3 fingers of Huankong and integrate the mysteries of the 3 fingers. Only then could one break through a space in the Great Tomb and leave this place. The second condition was to have the attack power of an Emperor Realm Master. Of course, one also had to master the Great Way of Space. With these 2 combined, one could break through that space and leave this place. Calculating the time, I have left Taihao Mountain for less than a year. It will be at least 2 or 3 years before Nianxin comes to Taihao Mountain. Then I will use these 2 or 3 years to cultivate well, Shenzong said to himself. This place was extremely hidden. No one could disturb him. Moreover, the people of the Lanhai clan were targeting him. If he left now, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be targeted again. Strength. One must have great strength to face all dangers. Of course, he was now in the 5th realm. If he wanted to break through to the 6th realm, it would not be so easy. After all, from the 5th realm to the 6th realm was a qualitative change, a real transformation. It was not something that could be broken through when the conditions were right. Breakthroughs below the 6th realm were natural breakthroughs. They were breakthroughs that would not be obstructed. However, breakthroughs to the 6th realm were tribulations or disasters. One had to go through the tribulations to truly break through. Although he could not break through in his cultivation, Shenzong could break through in other aspects and increase his strength. The 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. If he mastered the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex, his strength would definitely increase by many times. When that time came, his strength would be even more tyrannical. When he exploded, he might even reach the 6th realm. Without hesitation, Shenzong immediately took out all the treasures that he had prepared and began to cultivate the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Body. Only by mastering the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Body could he cultivate the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Origin. This was because only the 3rd level of the Sword Body could withstand the power of the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Origin and truly master the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. Chapter 2835. In the center of the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong, inside the skull of the cosmic beast, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. His body was covered in strands of silvery white, divine runes, but a faint golden color was growing at the ends of the silvery white, divine runes. 3rd level of the sword body, heavenly gold, bronze, silver, and heavenly gold were the first 3 levels of the sword body. Shenzong had started to cultivate the heavenly gold sword body, the 3rd level of the sword body. When all the silvery white, divine runes on his body turned golden, it meant that Shenzong had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body. Chunzong had thought that he would only have a chance to cultivate the third level of the sword technique after he reached the sixth level. After all, he would be an emperor-level cultivator by then, and he would be more powerful. Only then would he have the confidence to travel the universe in search for the Khanate Saint Essence. Who would have thought that he would end up here in the tomb of great Saint Hun Kong and get such an opportunity to cultivate the third level of the sword body, the heavenly gold sword body? Chunzong kept cultivating. In the pure realm, he didn't meditate on anything else. He focused all his efforts on cultivating the heavenly gold sword body, and the efficiency was amazing. The silvery white divine runes changed at an amazing speed. Gradually, they were dyed with a thin layer of gold. The gold also became clearer and thicker. Finally, all the silvery white divine runes turned golden. The gold wasn't as tacky as gold, but a color that was close to platinum. It was filled with endless sharpness. The heavenly gold sword body was cultivated today. Immediately, Chunzong opened his eyes, and a whitish gold light shot out like the edge of sword. It pierced through the air and pierced through everything. His sword intent surged as well, soaring into the sky. It was actually twice as powerful as before. Chunzong's sword had already surpassed the fifth level and reached the sixth level. It was very shocking. Now, because he had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body, his sword had been strengthened, and its power had doubled. Not to mention other things, just the doubling of Swordwill's power had greatly increased Chunzong's strength. Moreover, when Chunzong clenched his fists slightly, it felt as if the space was about to be crushed. The power was extremely shocking, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The heavenly gold sword body was indeed far superior to the silver sword body. There was a huge difference. Now, I'll first familiarize myself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body before training in the third stage of the Fiend God Sword Essence. Chunzong said to himself. The third level of the Fiend God Sword Origin was even more powerful than the second level. Otherwise, it wouldn't require the heavenly gold sword body to withstand it. Not long after, Chunzong had familiarized himself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body and began to cultivate the third stage of the godly devil sword essence. Godly demon sword energy, also known as star-shattering sword energy. Mountain-crushing, sea-splitting, star-shattering. Each tier was stronger than the last, and their power was even more shocking. The sea-splitting sword energy continued to circulate and condense at an astonishing speed. When the first strand of star-breaking sword energy was condensed, Chunzong could feel the monstrous divine power contained in it. That kind of sword power was extremely powerful and sharp, as if it could destroy the stars and the moon. It was extremely shocking. The first strand of star-shattering sword essence appeared, followed by the second, third, and fourth strands. More and more sea-splitting sword essence transformed into star-breaking sword essence. Although the number had decreased, the power had increased by many times. Time passed. In the end, Chunzong's extremely majestic ocean-splitting sword energy completely transformed into star-breaking sword energy. Within Chunzong's body, little cold stars flickered endlessly. They were like starlight, emitting an extremely shocking aura. It was as if they could destroy everything. Their might was extremely shocking. It was the star-shattering sword origin. A little starlight represented a strand of star-breaking sword origin. Chunzong's mighty sea-splitting sword origin had completely transformed into star-breaking sword origin. There were a total of 9,999 strands. The star-breaking sword origin's sword power was shocking, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Chunzong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. No wonder only the heavenly gold sword body could withstand the star-breaking sword origin. It was too powerful, and the silver sword body couldn't withstand it all. It would be destroyed directly. With a thought, a speck of starlight drifted out and instantly appeared at the tip of Chunzong's finger. As it flickered, it emanated an extremely shocking and sharp divine might that seemed capable of tearing and piercing through everything. There was even an extremely shocking explosive force contained within it. Once it was released, it would be able to destroy everything. Shenzong was even more shocked. The mountain-crushing sword energy was the power of the first tier of the godly demon sword codex, while the sea-splitting sword energy was the power of the second tier. However, they were far inferior to the star-breaking sword origin of the third tier. One sword to crush a mountain, one sword to split the sea, and one sword to break a star. The mountain-crushing and sea-splitting belonged to the same essential level, but the star-breaking sword origin had surpassed this essential level. Mountains and seas were both located in a world or in a star. However, a star could contain and surpass mountains and seas. Shenzong deeply felt the difference between the first and second tier of the godly demon sword codex. It was a kind of sublimation, an extreme sublimation. In other words, the power of the third tier of the godly demon sword codex was far superior to the second tier. In theory, the third tier of the godly demon sword body is equivalent to the acquired divine body. However, when combined with the third tier of the godly demon sword energy, the complete third tier of the godly demon sword codex is superior to the acquired divine body. It's comparable to an ordinary innate divine body. Shenzong thought to himself, the innate divine body was extremely shocking and had endless potential. Even if it was an ordinary innate divine body, it was extremely rare and shocking. With such a divine body, it was destined that one would be able to reach the top in the future and step foot into the high and mighty saint-level domain. In addition, developing the potential of the divine body was the best way to increase one's power. Every innate divine body owner, as long as they were willing to work hard, could grow and become extremely powerful. It would be easy for them to be in the top 10 of the Divine General ranking list, Sir God ranking list, Divine King ranking list, etc. They could even kill strong enemies of a higher cultivation level with their lower cultivation level. They could also master the divine skill before reaching the appropriate level. For example, every innate divine body owner could master the corresponding divine skill at the 5th tier and give full play to the power that exceeded the limit. Some strong innate divine bodies could even master the divine skill at the 4th tier, just like the god-destroying king. Then, Shenzong's physique had caught up with those innate divine bodies. Even though it wasn't as good as the top innate divine body like the reincarnation divine body, Shenzong's overall power was strong enough to defeat the god-destroying king, who had a top body. Not to mention, then, his overall power had increased tremendously. Strong. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly gold sword body or the star destruction sword origin, Shenzong felt an indescribable strength. With such strong power, he still needed to cultivate for a while to master it completely. Then, he could give full play to its power and give full play to its extreme. He drew his sword and performed with his sword principle to assist in the mastery of the power and strengthen its application. Heart Sword Principle and World Sword Principle were performed over and over again. Shenzong used the power of the Star Destruction Sword Origin and consumed a bit of starlight. When he swung his sword, the sword light was extremely condensed. It was like a bit of platinum starlight that swept past. In an instant, there was a mark in the space. Such strong power. Shenzong couldn't help but be shocked. In the past, if he wanted to use his sword principle to leave a mark in the space, he would have to perform the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill. But then, he only swung his sword with the Star Destruction Sword Origin. Moreover, he didn't activate the heavenly gold sword body and raise the power to its extreme. Such a sword was even more shocking than the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill when he used all his strength. Such power surpassed all 5th realms and set foot on the threshold of 6th realms. A 5th realms could exert the power of a 6th realms attack. It was undoubtedly heaven-defying. It was even more unbelievable and shocking than a 4th realms being able to kill a 5th realms. Casually performing a sword principle had the power of a 6th realm. If he used all his strength, it would be the real power of a 6th realm. Shenzong couldn't help but smile. Lanhai clan, I'm afraid you didn't expect this either. Shenzong sneered. The Lanhai clan wanted to get rid of him, but he didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also gained a blessing in disguise. He obtained the Khanate Saint Essence and mastered the third stage of the sword principle of the god and demon. Although his cultivation base didn't improve, his strength increased tenfold. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but he also obtained the inheritance of Supreme Saint Hun Kong. I'll take this opportunity to practice the Finger of the Void cracking skill and the Finger of the Void shattering skill. Qinzong threw away all distracting thoughts and immediately began to comprehend. Under the wholehearted realm, with the foundation of the Finger of the Void finger-pointing skill and Supreme Saint Hun Kong's understanding and experience of the great Tao of space, Qinzong's efficiency in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill was amazing. It didn't take long for him to comprehend the mystery. Split. Qinzong softly spat out a word and then drew a line with his finger. With a silent finger, the void 10 meters in front of him was suddenly cut open like a thin piece of paper by an invisible sharp blade. A trace of a meter long was suddenly cut open. It was pitch black like ink, and there were wisps of shocking aura spreading out from it. Qinzong couldn't help but be shocked. This finger was only at the initial stage of cultivation and could barely be considered a beginner, but it was enough to tear open the void. It was several times more powerful than his previous sword. No wonder it was a spatial divine art. If it was cultivated to the realm of greater mastery or perfection, its power would increase to an unknown level. Overjoyed, Qinzong continued to cultivate. With the foundation, extraordinary comprehension, and various conditions, Qinzong didn't encounter the slightest bottleneck in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill. Under the cultivation, his progress was amazing. It was only a matter of time before he cultivated it to perfection. Of course, it wasn't so easy to reach perfection. It required a kind of sublimation. After cultivating the Finger of the Void splitting skill to greater mastery, Qinzong stopped and began to cultivate the Finger of the Void shattering skill. Chapter 28:36. The altar was used to absorb the remaining vitality of all the skeletons in the tomb to maintain the vitality and even the soul of great sage Hun Kong. This altar was also the only way out of the tomb. Qinzong activated the space Tao to the extreme. His eyes flickered with silver light as he stared at the altar. Suddenly, a ripple seemed to appear on the altar. According to great sage Hun Kong, there were two ways to leave the great tomb. The first was to cultivate the Hun Kong 3 fingers to perfection and then fuse its essence to leave through the altar. The second was to combine the Tao of space and use the offensive power of the 6th level to forcefully break through. Qinzong chose the latter. Although Qinzong could also do the former, it would take a lot of time. After all, Qinzong had only cultivated the finger-pointing technique to perfection. It would take a lot of time to cultivate the finger space-cracking technique and the finger space-shattering technique to perfection. Moreover, perfection was not the end. He still had to integrate the mystery of the Hun Kong 3 fingers, which would take a lot of time. Relatively speaking, the second method was simpler. This was because Qinzong could now unleash the attack power of the 6th realm, even though he was still at the 5th realm. He drew his sword. In an instant, a dazzling platinum gold light burst out from the sword. It was extremely condensed and seemed to be able to destroy the stars and the moon. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique executed with the star-shattering sword essence was not only many times more powerful, but it also consumed less energy than before. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was a sword Tao Divine technique that belonged to the 6th realm. Qinzong was able to master it in advance, but every time he executed it, it consumed a lot of energy. Although his cultivation was still at the 5th realm, his sword essence had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm because of the breakthrough in the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex. The combination of the 6th realm sword essence, the 6th realm essence, chi, and spirit, as well as the power of the 6th realm allowed him to truly execute the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique and maximize its power while also reducing his energy consumption. The space didn't change in the slightest and wasn't torn apart. However, when the sword light hit the space inside the altar was torn apart and shattered without any delay. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared. As it rotated, it looked like a door. Sheathing his sword, Chunzong took a step forward. It was as if he had traveled through endless time and space. He suddenly rushed into the pitch-black door. His figure was directly swallowed up and disappeared. Colorful lights flickered incessantly, like a grotesque passage leading to an endless place. Chunzong's expression was solemn as he kept flying forward. Quick! The speed was extremely fast. Great Sage Hun Kong's tomb was located between the interlayer and the inner layer of the universe. It would not be easy to return to the outer layer of the universe. Fortunately, Great Sage Hun Kong had already made all the necessary preparations. He had built a passage, a hidden door, that could return from the tomb to the chaos region. In this passage, Chunzong couldn't feel the passage of time. He just kept moving forward. With the protection of the door, Chunzong wouldn't be strangled by the endless power of space like before. He didn't know how much time had passed or how far he had flown. Finally, a light appeared in front of him. It was a door that rippled like water. Chunzong rushed into the rippling door and rushed out again in an instant. It was a void with weak spatial strength. Chunzong had a feeling that he could break the space and create a crack with a casual strike. With a thought, Chunzong immediately drew a line with his finger. It was just an ordinary finger, and he didn't use the way of space. However, it broke the space in front of him, and a crack with a diameter of 0.5 meter appeared. Chunzong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. In this way, in the chaos region, if he casually attacked, the space would shatter. If he wasn't careful, he might even be affected. To a certain extent, although he was in the 5th realm, he was equivalent to the 6th realm. In this way, it would be difficult to clean up the remaining bandits. Of course, there was another reason, and that was the Purgatory Demon sect. The Purgatory Demon sect had probably already intervened in the Chaos region. Thinking about it, even if the mission failed, there would be no punishment. Besides, there was no time limit for the mission. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately left the Chaos region and flew toward Mount Taihao. His speed was much faster than before. In the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak. Oh no, Chunzong isn't dead. Damn it. How could he still be alive after such an explosion? The expressions of the elders changed drastically. Previously, Chunzong was caught in the big explosion and accidentally wandered into the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong. He was in the interlayer between the middle layer and the inner layer of the universe, far away from the outer layer and beyond the control of the universe's will. Therefore, on the God King list, Chunzong's name dimmed as if he was dead. But now, his name was shining again, indicating that not only was Chunzong still alive, but he had also returned to the outer layer of the universe. This was definitely not good news for the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak. On the contrary, it was very bad news. Immediately, make the 3 of them cultivate in seclusion. The eyes of the first elder of Guilin Peak flashed as he gave the order without hesitation. There's no need for that. Even if Chunzong is still alive, he won't know, the second elder said. It's better to be safe than sorry. The first elder only said 4 words. The second elder didn't say anything else. He immediately ordered the 3 people who attacked Chunzong to cultivate in seclusion so that they wouldn't be found. At the same time, they were also very depressed. This was a great opportunity to target Chunzong. They could have gotten rid of him, and in fact, they almost did. After all, Chunzong was caught in the big explosion. Under such circumstances, even a 6th realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive. But for some reason, Chunzong was still alive. Could it be that this was the luck of the universe? Was it that good to be lucky? But no matter what, their operation had failed. Chunzong was indeed still alive and was about to return. Now, they had to draw a line between them and pretend that they didn't know about this. They couldn't leak anything either. Otherwise, once they were found out, the rules of Taihao Mountain were not to be trifled with. Not long after, Chunzong left the Chaos region and returned to Taihao Mountain. He went directly to the Tianguang Peak Lord's residence. Although Chinzong wanted to investigate the Lanhai clan of Gulin Peak to see if they were targeting him, it wasn't that easy. Therefore, Chinzong went to the Tingguang Peak Lord first. "Have you completed your mission?" the Tingguang Peak Lord asked. "Not yet," Chinzong replied. Then he told him about what happened in the Chaos region. Of course, Chinzong didn't mention Great Sage Hun Kong and the others. He only said that he was very lucky and didn't die in the explosion. Instead, he relied on the Space Dao and Sword Dao origin power to survive. He also spent a lot of time recovering from his injuries before returning. The Lanhai clan of Gulin Peak. The Tingguang Peak Lord heard Chinzong's story and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, Chinzong was very lucky. Otherwise, he really might have been killed this time. The Tingguang Peak Lord didn't suspect that Chinzong was lying when he sensed the Lanhai clan's aura. On the contrary, he felt that it was possible. However, it was difficult to judge if the Inferno Demon sect was involved. Could the Lanhai clan of Gulin Peak be so daring as to collude with the Inferno Demon sect? They didn't know that if their actions were leaked, the experts of Taihao Mountain would directly take action and wipe out the Lanhai clan. "Come with me to see the founding elders." The Tingguang Peak Lord expression was somewhat serious. This was no small matter. No matter how serious it was, it couldn't be overdone. The Tingguang Peak Lord didn't want to see an ordinary founding elder. He wanted to see the first founding elder. Among the many founding elders of Taihao Mountain, the one with the most power and prestige was the first founding elder. Other than being the oldest among the founding elders, it was also because he was the most powerful among the founding elders. He was a saint-level expert. As the Tingguang Peak Lord, it wasn't easy for him to meet the first founding elder. However, when he reported something important and so on, the Tingguang Peak Lord and Chinzong both met the first founding elder before long. "What's the matter?" the first founding elder asked. His gaze swept over them and fell on Chinzong. He was slightly stunned. As a saint-level expert, he could naturally see the level of Chinzong's cultivation at a glance. He could even see more than that. For example, Chinzong's body was extremely strong. It was far stronger than a 5th realm cultivator and could even rival a 6th realm cultivator. For example, the aura within Chinzong's body was extremely strong. It was also stronger than a 5th realm cultivator and could rival a 6th realm cultivator. This made the first founding elder extremely shocked. After less than 200 years, he saw Chinzong again. Chinzong's cultivation was still at the 5th realm, but his strength, be it cultivation strength or physical strength, had all surpassed the 5th realm. It was enough to rival an ordinary 6th realm cultivator. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power entrenched within Chinzong's body. That power was condensed to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a singularity that could condense and control everything. It then spread out and filled Chinzong's entire body. It was as if it had become one with him. It was as if he had formed a world of his own. It was extremely mysterious. It was as if Chinzong's body had evolved into a small world of its own and was circulating on its own. It was extremely mysterious. Although he was surprised, the first founding elder didn't show it. First founding elder, Chinzong, is the one who is most familiar with this matter. "Let him repeat it again," said the Tingguang Peak Lord. Chinzong took a step forward. Without any fear, he immediately repeated what he had said to the Tingguang Peak Lord. At the same time, he also concealed the opportunity of Great Saint Huankong, the Connate Saint Essence, and so on, because those had nothing to do with this matter. The main point of this matter was that the demon general of the Inferno Demon Gate had appeared in the Chaos territory. It was also because he had sensed the 3 auras of the Lanhai clan. Of course, because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and had only sensed the auras, it wasn't enough to be 100% proof. Without enough evidence, it was impossible to deal with the Lanhai clan. The rules of Mount Taihao didn't allow it. Moreover, Chinzong's personal strength was not enough to deal with the Lanhai clan. So what should he do? Borrow their strength. Chapter 28:37. Chinzong was used to acting alone, but that didn't mean he was inflexible. When one couldn't solve a problem on their own, they had to borrow power. The Tianguang Peak Lord was one such example, and so was the first Grand Elder. In the end, it was because one's own strength wasn't enough. If he had the strength of a saint, he wouldn't need to borrow power. He could just go to Guilin Peak with his sword and suppress the Lanhai clan. He would know if they were the ones who did it. Of course, if he had the strength of a saint, then no matter how much the people of the Blue Ocean clan hated him, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. A saint wasn't easy to deal with. If they didn't have a saint, then going against a saint was no different from digging their own grave. After listening to Chun Zong's story, the first Grand Elder's expression turned cold. He didn't believe that the Lanhai clan of Guilin Peak would target Chun Zong, but he didn't doubt Chun Zong's words either. In addition, the Lanhai clan did have a motive to target Chun Zong. However, the Inferno Demon Gate was also involved, which was unusual. One must know that the strongest enemies of all the holy lands in the universe were the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Gate. As for the God Worship sect, it was hard to tell whether they were friend or foe. If the Lanhai clan really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, then it was no small matter. It was a big matter, big enough to affect the life and death of Taihao Mountain. If the Lanhai clan had really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, and the Lanhai clan had suddenly betrayed them when the Inferno Demon Gate launched a large-scale invasion, then sabotaged them from the inside, it was very likely that this would lead to the collapse of Mount Taihao and the destruction of Mount Luofu in Myriad Net Valley. This matter is between the three of us. Don't mention it again. The first Grand Elder said in a low voice, "I will investigate it myself." His tone was solemn, but it was also filled with shocking killing intent. If he really found traces of the Lanhai clan colluding with the Inferno Demon Gate, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless and eliminating the Lanhai clan. Colluding with foreign enemies was a big taboo in any power. Chun Zong and the Tianguang Peak Lord nodded. This was not a small matter. If it was leaked out, it would inevitably alert the enemy. At that time, it would be even more difficult to investigate the truth. The best way was to act as if nothing had happened and let down the Lanhai clan's vigilance. That way, it would be easier for them to give themselves away and seize the evidence. After the Tianguang Peak Lord left and returned to Tianguang Peak, Chun Zong didn't go to the chaotic territory again. Now that he was even more powerful, if he unleashed his power in the anarchic lands, he could easily shatter space. That would be a threat to him. Not every time he fell into a spatial crack, he would be so lucky to survive. If he did it again, he might just die in there. Add to that the fact that the Inferno Fiend General had appeared in the anarchic lands, and it seemed to have become even more chaotic. After thinking about it, Chun Zong decided to put aside the mission of cleaning up the anarchic lands for the time being. If there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would complete it. As for now, first, he had to restore the life force of the mysterious seed. Second, he had to improve his own strength to the limit of the fifth state. When the time came, he might be able to break through to the sixth state. Only when he reached the sixth state could he be considered a strong man in the universe. As for the Divine King list, Chun Zong was currently ranked 1,000. However, Chun Zong didn't want to challenge the first place of the Divine King list right now. He planned to wait until the end. When he planned to break through to the sixth state, he would challenge the first place of the Divine King list. As for whether he had the confidence to do so, it was needless to say. Chun Zong, of course, had a lot of confidence. There was still some time before the Chief Elder returned with Nianxin. Then, he would take advantage of this opportunity to enter the mysterious territory of fierce demons again. He would hunt down the fierce demons and devour their spiritual souls and life force to restore the life force consumed by the mysterious seed. The mysterious territory of fierce demons had a rule that only cultivators of the fourth and fifth states could enter. Those above the fifth state couldn't enter. Even if the Lanhai clan really wanted to deal with him, they would at most send out a fifth state strongman. Then, among the fifth states, who would be a match for him? One must know that his current strength had surpassed the fifth state and reached the sixth state. His strength was so strong that he could compete with a sixth state strongman. If he used his trump card, he could even kill a sixth state strongman. With such strength, even other strong fifth states wouldn't be a match for him. At most, they would be on par with him. Those people were too rare. Chunzong didn't believe that the Lanhai clan had them. Even if there really was a fifth-state strongman, Chunzong didn't think that he could kill him. This was confidence, great confidence in his own strength. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons and began to hunt the fierce demons. In mysterious territory of Taihao Mountain, the fierce demons of the universe were of the third, fourth, and fifth states. As for the fierce demons of the sixth state, they didn't exist. Chunzong could hunt to his heart's content without any danger. Slaughter. When I hold a sword in my hand, I can move unhindered in all directions, looking disdainfully at the four extremes. The life force consumed by the mysterious seed was slowly replenishing. It didn't look so sickly anymore. It recovered some vitality, but it was still not enough. The fierce demons in mysterious territory of fierce demons suffered directly. Chunzong's strength was extremely powerful. Even a fifth-level ultimate form ferocious demon couldn't withstand a casual swing of Chunzong's sword. He slaughtered them like he was cutting grass. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and his efficiency was shocking to the extreme. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 3 consecutive years. Chunzong came out once to see if the first elder in Nianxin had arrived. Then, he entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons again to hunt. Over the past 3 years, Chunzong had killed an uncountable number of ferocious demons. In fact, during that time, Chunzong had accidentally entered the mezzanine and slaughtered tens of thousands of ferocious demons. Later on, it became very difficult for Chunzong to hunt down ferocious demons. After all, the fierce demons were not inexhaustible. Moreover, they were not that stupid. It should be known that Chunzong had continuously slaughtered fierce demons in the universe. The number of fierce demons was at least more than 100,000. The fierce evil spirit was extremely shocking. Moreover, it was all the evil spirit produced by slaughtering fierce demons. The fierce demons in the universe could feel it from afar. The fierce demons of the universe were known to be fierce and cruel. They were a kind of terrifying existence that wouldn't rest until they were dead. But in fact, they were also afraid when too many of them were killed. Any intelligent creature would have an instinct for fear. The only difference was the strength of that instinct. When facing a ruthless person like Chunzong, who had slaughtered countless vicious demons and accumulated an extremely terrifying baleful aura, even the most vicious of the universe's vicious demons would not be able to be fierce. Instead, they would be terrified and flee. As for the Lanhai clan, they didn't take any action. Either they really didn't attack Chunzong, and the aura that Chunzong sensed before was just a disguise to frame the Lanhai clan. The other possibility was that they didn't dare to take action for the time being, because they didn't have enough confidence to kill Chunzong in the fierce demon secret territory. They also didn't dare to send people, for fear that they would give themselves away and be tracked down. Chunzong felt that it was a pity that the Lanhai clan didn't take action, but he didn't do anything. 3 years had passed, plus the time when he came back from a mission in the Chaos territory. For years had passed. Under normal circumstances, the first elder should have come back. Stepping out of the fierce demon secret territory, he saluted the stone lion guarding the fierce demon secret territory and turned into a sword light and left. What an amazing, evil spirit! The stone lion narrowed his eyes, staring in the direction that Chunzong left. He was shocked. Such a horrible evil spirit was almost tangible. How many fierce demons of the universe had he killed? It was unimaginable. He was like an unparalleled killing star. If such a person went on the deviant path, he would become a very horrible guy. Returning to Tianguang Peak, the first elder hadn't returned yet. Chunzong cultivated quietly while waiting. The 3 years of killing in the fierce demon secret territory had completely recovered the life force consumed by the mysterious seed, and it had also increased a lot. In addition, the black mark had also swallowed the spiritual souls of many fierce demons. Many little drops make an ocean, and it had also increased a lot. Chunzong's energy, qi, and spirit were the most direct, which had increased a lot. However, Chunzong also felt that if he continued to swallow the spiritual souls of the fourth and fifth realms, his energy, qi, and spirit could no longer be improved. At most, it could only help him recover what he had consumed. It couldn't be helped. Now, Chunzong's energy, qi, and spirit were powerful enough to surpass the ordinary sixth realm, and could even be compared to the top sixth realm. The powerful energy, qi, and spirit had further increased Chunzong's combat power to the limit. His cultivation had already reached the limit of the fifth realm, and there was no more room for improvement. All 5 of his great Tao had also been increased to the limit. At this time, he could actually break through to the sixth realm, but Chunzong didn't plan to do so. Although breaking through to the sixth realm could make his strength stronger, Chunzong felt that he hadn't really reached the limit yet. What had reached the limit was only his cultivation and great Tao. His sword work, unique skills, and other aspects could still be improved. Only when everything had reached the limit would it be time for him to break through to the sixth realm. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The investigation of the Guilin Peaks Lan Hai clan hadn't found anything. Of course, even if they found something, they wouldn't tell Chunzong. That was no longer a level that Chunzong could interfere with. Chunzong suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen. An indescribable pressure filled his heart, as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. It disturbed Chunzong's emotions and made it difficult for Chunzong to concentrate on cultivation for a while. Could something have happened to Nianxin? Chunzong couldn't help but frown, and then shook his head. It shouldn't be. The Great Elder is a top Great Emperor level cultivator. He should be able to bring Nianxin here. He tried hard to calm his emotions. Another few months passed, and the Tianguang Peak Lord suddenly sent a message, asking Chunzong to go over. The uneasiness in his heart immediately emerged once again and became even more intense. At the Tianguang Peak Lord's place, Chunzong saw the Great Elder. The Great Elder's face was pale and gray, and his aura was weak. However, he didn't see the figure that he yearned for day and night. Where was she? Where was she? Chapter 28:38. I'm sorry, Chunzong. I wasn't able to bring your cultivation partner back. When I brought you Nianxin through the void between the Chao Kong border universe and the Clear Sky universe, we were ambushed by the Infernal Order. After a great battle, I was severely injured, and Nianxin fell into a crack in the space, and we don't know where she is now. I'm really sorry. The words of the Grand Elder seemed to be echoing in Chunzong's mind over and over again, like a demon's voice. Gloominess. Unimaginably gloomy. A surge of anger and murderous intent grew, condensed, and bloomed from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, a sword mixed with endless anger and murderous intent shot up to the sky, as if it could shatter the heavens. It was extremely powerful. The expressions of the Tianguang Peak Lord and the Grand Elder changed. This sword was so powerful that it wasn't inferior to that of a sixth realm cultivator. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. What made them even more fearful was the anger and murderous intent contained in the sword will, which was extremely powerful. As the murderous intent accumulated in Chunzong's body exploded, it was like a raging tide that wanted to devour everything. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were spreading, with corpses and bones floating in the air. Infernal Order. Chunzong's eyes were red, and his murderous intent was as red as blood. Soon after, an extremely terrifying power exploded, and a sword light rolled up, shooting out of Tianguang Peak at an extremely fast speed. Peak Lord. The Grand Elder was anxious. You recuperate first, I'll follow, the Tianguang Peak Lord said quickly, and with a flash of his body, he immediately followed Chunzong. He could understand Chunzong's feelings at the moment, so he understood that Chunzong needed to vent. Of course, the most important thing was not to vent, but to personally go to the Chao Kong border universe, where Nianxin and the Grand Elder were attacked by the Infernal Order, and see if he could find any clues or something. Therefore, the Tianguang Peak Lord didn't stop Chunzong, and instead let Chunzong leave, but he followed closely behind to ensure Chunzong's safety. Flames of fury burned and anger rushed into the heavens. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood following that streak of sword light. It dyed a part of the sky red, and it made people feel extremely shocked from afar. Who is that? What a strong murderous intent. What happened? The people who felt the terrifying murderous aura were all shocked. This murderous aura made even Fifth Realm cultivators feel terrified. A chill invaded their bodies, and they could not help but feel numb. Extreme speed. Chunzong dashed out of Tianguang Peak and the boundary of Taihao Mountain at an extremely fast speed. As he dashed out at an extremely fast speed, the terrifying lethal energy of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood around him had gradually calmed down and was withdrawn quietly. The red color in the bottom of his eyes had also gradually faded away, becoming clear again, but his anger was still there and his lethal intent was still there. This murderous intent and murderous intent were targeted at the Infernal Order. Originally, he didn't dare to bring Yinxin back to Taihao Mountain because he didn't have the confidence, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect her if she was in danger. The fact also proved that he did experience a lot of danger on his way back. He could have overcome it by himself, but it would have been difficult if there was an extra person. Because of this, he asked for the help of the Tianguang Peak Lord, and the Great Elder came personally. But unexpectedly, an accident still happened. On the way back, they encountered the Infernal Order and were ambushed. The Great Elder was severely injured, and Yunyanxin fell into the space crack. What would happen if she fell into the space crack? She would most likely die. Chunzong was very clear about the dangers of the space crack, because he had experienced it more than once. The reason he was able to survive was not only because of his own luck, but also because he had mastered the Tao of space and possessed the mysterious seed. What about Yunyanxin? Nothing. Could she survive? Chunzong didn't dare to think about it. The space crack was too dangerous. After many years of cultivation, the powerful will of God and sword intent, Chunzong finally regained his composure, but he was even more eager to rush to the scene of the incident. He wanted to see with his own eyes if he could find any traces or traces. Even though he knew that even if he rushed there, he wouldn't be able to see or find anything, but he still had to go. He had to go. Chunzong didn't know that the Tianguang Peak Lord was following behind him. After flying out of the Ninth Sword City, Chunzong didn't hesitate at all. He directly flew towards the Chaos Territory, because this was the shortest distance. If he went around the Chaos Territory, it would take more time. Chunzong didn't want to waste more time, so he took some risks. Fortunately, as long as he didn't act recklessly and was cautious, there wouldn't be any danger when crossing the Chaos Territory. As for the bandits in the Chaos Territory, Chunzong didn't need to use his full strength to kill them. The Chaos Territory. The Peak Master of Tianguang Peak followed Chunzong and paused for a moment. Seeing Chunzong rush into the Chaos region, he furrowed his brows slightly. Then, he moved again and followed Chunzong into the Chaos region. He was a top Great Emperor level expert. If he were in a place like the Chaos Territory, the slightest move of his could directly shatter the space and create a large space crack. Of course, with his strength as a top Great Emperor level expert, ordinary space cracks couldn't threaten him. Even if he accidentally fell into one, as long as it wasn't too deep, he could use his own strength to rush out. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If he encountered a powerful space crack, he might be finished. So in a place like the Chaos Territory, unless one was a half-saint or a saint-level expert, no one would want to set foot in it. But now, the Tianguang Peak Lord stepped into the Chaos Territory for Chunzong. He was worried that an accident might happen. There was no other way. Chunzong was now the treasure of Tianguang Peak. Going out to experience the world was fine. But in the current situation, it was hard to guarantee that Chunzong wouldn't lose his cool due to anger and sadness. When a person loses their cool, they might make some mistakes that they wouldn't normally make. The Tianguang Peak Lord was worried that Chunzong would make some mistakes. Fly, fly, fly. Flying at an extreme speed, Chunzong directly crossed the Chaos Territory. During this time, there were bandits attacking the Chaos Territory. They were ignorant, but as long as they didn't get close to Chunzong, Chunzong didn't pay any attention to them. But those who directly blocked his path were seeking their own deaths. Chunzong didn't even need to attack. He flew past them at an astonishing speed and killed them instantly. Rushing out of the chaos territory, he headed in the direction of the bright space territory. The place where the Great Elder and Yunyanshin were attacked was between the bright space territory and the sky territory. Of course, the void was also very vast. Chunzong even used the void travel to travel at extreme speed. Now, with Chunzong's cultivation and strength, plus the great sage Hun Kong's comprehension and application of the Tao of Space, Chunzong's application of the Tao of Space was even more profound. Previously, the void travel was 300,000 meters. Now, the void travel could reach 500,000 meters. Moreover, the interval between the void travel was shorter, and the energy consumption didn't increase by much. The inheritance that the great sage Hun Kong gave to Chunzong was the Hun Kong Three Fingers. But in addition to the Hun Kong Three Fingers, his mastery and application of the Tao of Space was also very profound. Chunzong had only digested a small part of it, but he had made great progress in the application of the Tao of Space. But now, Chunzong didn't have the time to think about it. The Tianguang Peak Lord who was following behind was shocked. 500,000 meters. A single void travel was a distance of 500,000 meters. With his speed as a peak martial emperor, it wouldn't be easy for him to travel 500,000 meters at full speed. He would still need a bit of time. Left with no choice, the Tianguang Peak Lord quickly caught up with Chunzong at full speed. The void travel, coupled with his own speed, was not inferior to a sixth realm expert. Finally, he reached the void zone between the clear sky universe and the sky universe. The void was boundless and vast, and darkness filled the air. Chunzong didn't feel anything. He stood in the void and slowly scanned the area. His divine consciousness was expanded to the maximum, and his senses were also raised to the maximum. Nothing, not to mention any traces, even his aura, had disappeared. Darkness. Traces of darkness spread out like darkness, gnawing at Chunzong's mind like a demon. It was as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss. A terrifying aura also spread out from Chunzong's body. The Tianguang Peak Lord appeared in the distance. He frowned and stared at Chunzong. He could vaguely see the dark aura rising from Chunzong's body. Is he going to turn into a demon? The Tianguang Peak Lord was secretly anxious. Every cultivator could encounter a demon. Accidents could lead to the birth of a demon in one's heart. For any cultivator, the birth of a demon in one's heart was not a good thing. However, the birth of a demon in one's heart was a personal matter. It was difficult for others to interfere. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. In this regard, the heavenly palace of will was inferior. Now, they could only hope that Chunzong could withstand it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire if he turned into a demon. With Chunzong's talent, if he turned into a demon, he would definitely become a terrifying existence. However, as the traces of black aura spread out, it seemed to lack energy. It couldn't become denser. Indeed, Chunzong's condition was a bit like a demon in one's heart. However, Chunzong's demon had already run away. The so-called demon in his heart was like a rootless duckweed. How could it grow? If it couldn't grow, then it would be over. As the black aura dissipated, Chunzong's eyes gradually became clear. He stared at the heavenly palace of will with his sharp eyes. The Tianguang Peak Lord let out a sigh of relief. Lucky, very lucky. For a moment, Chunzong's mind was in a mess. Is Yunyanshin still alive? If he is, where did he go? Where should I go to find him? Even though Chunzong had the heart-returning realm, he couldn't straighten things out. His mind was still a mess. The more he cared, the more confused he became. After a long while, Chunzong gradually sorted out his thoughts. If Yunyanshin was still alive, then where would she go? It was possible that she was still alive, but the possibility was very low. However, there was still a trace of possibility. Then, he had to search for Yunyanshin's traces. Unless he was sure that she was really dead, he wouldn't give up. On the other hand, he also had to deal with the Infernal Order. Originally, when the Infernal Order wreaked havoc in the universe, Chunzong didn't care. He couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't strong enough. But now, the Seamless Demon cult had directly provoked him. No matter what their goal was in attacking the Great Elder. In short, they had implicated his Tao companion and wife. This was the same as directly provoking him. Chapter 2839. Tear. Mince. The power in the depths of the space crack was so terrifying that it could shatter everything into pieces. Yun Yinshin successively unleashed the 3 drops of origin of Swordway that Chunzong had left for her. She could resist and protect herself for a while, but she couldn't protect herself forever. Even when she unleashed the origin of Swordway, she couldn't completely protect herself and was inevitably injured. When the power of space cut her body like sharp blades, the pain went deep into her bones and was extremely terrifying. But Yun Yinshin had to endure it. Even if she couldn't, she had to endure it. She was terrified, but she had to force herself to calm down. Yun Yinshin knew that she would definitely die in such a situation, but she was very reluctant. Reluctant to leave Chunzong and the path of Swordway, but most reluctant to leave Chunzong. In order to see Chunzong, she cultivated very hard. From a void to the universe, from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to the Trade Wind Tower, and now from the Trade Wind Tower to Mount Taihao. Unexpectedly, such an unforeseen event happened. Yun Yinshin also hated that she wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. But it didn't help. She wasn't strong enough. Hatred couldn't change the fact. When the power of the 3 drops of origin of Swordway was completely exhausted, Yun Yinshin could only desperately stimulate her own power, all of her power, cultivation power, and even the power of her bloodline. Burn! Yun Yinshin burned her bloodline recklessly. That was a method of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Although it could increase her strength by several times in a short period of time, the consequence was that the power of her bloodline would be exhausted and she would suffer a great loss. But she had to survive first. Even if the hope was slim, she had to fight with all her might until she died. Burning wildly, like a phoenix that emitted an astonishing power. Coldness spread in all directions, as if an ice phoenix was standing proudly in the turbulence of space. However, the burning of his bloodline power couldn't last for long. After a while, it began to weaken, and the ice phoenix's image gradually weakened. Chunzong, I miss you so much. Yun Yinshin could feel his strength fading away. His consciousness was also gradually sinking into oblivion as the power of his bloodline was burned away. It was as if he was falling into a bottomless abyss. His vision became blurry. A clear figure flashed across his mind. That figure also became blurry as his consciousness sank. Goodbye. Just as Yun Yinshin's consciousness was about to sink into oblivion, an extremely clear voice sounded in his ears, following which an incomparably huge figure, emitting an endless chill, approached. Chunzong's eyes grew increasingly sharp as he stared at the pitch-black darkness in front of him. Soon after, Chunzong's body flashed. He erupted with a shocking speed and silently flew towards the darkness. This was one of the Infernal Order's strongholds. The Infernal Order had been wreaking havoc in various parts of the universe for 200 years. Other than their main sect, they had also built many strongholds in various parts of the universe. Of course, the power of the Infernal Order alone wasn't enough to build so many strongholds. However, with the continuous development of the Infernal Order, there were still some forces and rogue cultivators in the universe that joined them and became their members. Many of these strongholds were built among the forces that originally sided with the Infernal Order. For example, the one that Chunzong saw now was an Emperor-level force. The strongest person was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, it was one of the many strongholds of the Infernal Order in the universe. This was also the second Infernal Order stronghold that Chunzong found. Although Chunzong was furious and full of murderous intent towards the Infernal Order, he didn't lose his rationality or do anything stupid. He wouldn't go looking for strongholds that had Emperor-level powerhouses. This was because with his current strength, he could deal with a 6th realm. He could even kill an average 6th realm. However, it was hard to say if he wanted to deal with a top-tier 6th realm. As for a pseudo-Emperor-level powerhouse, he was most likely not their match. However, if he wanted to protect himself, he could do it. However, an Emperor-level powerhouse was much stronger than an Emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he had a lot of trump cards, Chunzong wasn't confident that he could fight against an Emperor-level powerhouse. His body seemed to have merged into the void and became very illusory. This was a combination of Chunzong's experience and skills in the Tao of space that he had absorbed over the years. He combined it with his own application. It was as if he wanted to escape into the interlayer between the outer universe and the interlayer universe. However, he wouldn't actually reach the interlayer. This way, he would be silent, and it would be harder for others to see and sense him. It would be even more secretive. Whether it was assassination or stealth, he was very good at both. Without making a sound, Chunzong escaped into the stronghold of the Infernal Order. Using his extraordinary aura, he directly headed towards the strongest person in the stronghold. The strongest person in this stronghold was an Emperor-level powerhouse. However, Chunzong sensed the aura of two Emperor-level powerhouses. One aura was stronger than the other, but even if it was weaker, it was still a sixth realm Emperor-level powerhouse. An Emperor-level powerhouse that was many times stronger than a fifth realm Emperor-level powerhouse. In addition, there were dozens of fifth realm auras and hundreds of fourth realm auras within the stronghold. Chunzong first ignored the fourth and fifth realms and locked onto the two sixth realms. Without any hesitation, he directly headed towards the stronger sixth realm Emperor-level powerhouse. These two Emperor-level powerhouses weren't in the same place. Assassination. Chunzong wanted to assassinate these two sixth realms first, then kill the other fourth and fifth realms. Without the presence of the sixth realms, the fourth and fifth realms were like a bunch of ants in front of Chunzong. He could easily kill them all, as if he were cutting vegetables and melons. He would assassinate the stronger ones first and take them by surprise, then deal with the weaker ones. The Tingwang Peak Lord had been following Chunzong all this time and witnessed all of Chunzong's actions with his own eyes. Especially when he saw Chunzong kill a sixth realm Emperor-level powerhouse. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He could understand a fourth realm killing a fifth realm, but a fifth realm killing a sixth realm? That was too shocking and shocking. Even if the one Chunzong killed was just an ordinary sixth realm. Now, Chunzong had his eyes on a stronger sixth realm. This made the Tingwang Peak Lord suck in a breath of cold air. However, he still did not step in. If Chunzong was really no match for the sixth realm and was in mortal danger, that would be the time for him to step in. As for now, it all depended on Chunzong's performance. This sixth realm powerhouse came from the Infernal Order and was cultivating in silence. Chunzong's figure was hidden to the extreme, and his aura was also completely restrained to the extreme. It was as if he had completely merged into the void. Even the Tingwang Peak Lord was very surprised by his attainment and application of the Tao of space. Chunzong approached bit by bit. The closer he got, the more patient Chunzong became. He was not in a hurry or nervous at all. He was cautious and calm. It was as if he was treading on thin ice. However, when he was close to a certain distance, Chunzong stopped and hid without moving. Patience. This was the time to be patient. He had to observe and wait slowly. He had to wait for the moment when the other party was the most relaxed. Only then would it be the time to assassinate and directly deliver a fatal blow. Time passed slowly. Chunzong was waiting, and so was the Tingwang Peak Lord. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. This concealment lasted for a total of 8 days. Only then did the other party end his cultivation. During cultivation, one's senses were the sharpest. The moment when the cultivation ended was the moment when the other party relaxed. It was just a moment, a fleeting moment. However, Chunzong grasped it. Suddenly, he drew his sword and attacked. This sword attack contained the killing intent and strength that Chunzong had accumulated for the past 8 days. Under the constant nourishment of his essence, qi, and spirit, combined with the Tao of space and the Tao of time, this was a peerless sword attack. Fast. It was extremely fast. Moreover, because it had just integrated the Tao of time and the Tao of space, there was a mysterious change. It was as if everything around him had slowed down. However, it was not actually slow. It was just that the speed of this sword attack was too fast. It was so fast that there was a relative difference. Just as Chun Zong drew his sword and attacked, the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order also sensed it. Moreover, he reacted with the fastest speed possible, displaying the ability that an Emperor-level expert should have. Chun Zong's sword attack, which was like a peerless assassin, was evaded. It did not stab between the other party's eyebrows. However, Chun Zong's expression was extremely cold. The moment he was evaded, he had already reacted. The originally straight sword light suddenly twisted, like the reflection of the moon in the water, creating a moment of confusion. He could not evade it. Since he could not evade it, then he would not evade it. He would use his powerful strength to resist this sword attack. At the same time, he exploded with all his strength to counterattack with a palm. Injury for injury. Life for life. However, Chun Zong had no intention of dodging. This sword attack was meant to kill his opponent. As for the ferocious palm attack from his opponent, so what? He would take it head-on. The power of the space-splitting ring was activated to the extreme. As Chun Zong's Tao of Space continued to improve, the power of the space-splitting ring also increased. Now, fifth-level attacks were completely unable to break through the defense of the space-splitting ring. Even sixth-level attacks could be blocked by the space-splitting ring. The heavenly gold sword body was activated to the extreme. Platinum divine patterns spread out in an instant, covering his entire body. An indescribable sharpness also spread out. Not only did it increase Chun Zong's defense greatly, but it also increased the power of Chun Zong's sword attack by a lot. Kill. Chun Zong was hit. The power of the palm attack was extremely condensed and vicious. After it bombarded the defensive power of the space-splitting ring, it directly hit Chun Zong's chest. It was extremely tricky and extremely cold. It wanted to penetrate Chun Zong's strong body and shatter his heart. However, the power of the heavenly gold sword body was not only on the surface. It took into account both the inside and outside. He blocked it. The sword also pierced through the space between Chun Zong's eyebrows. The power of the palm attack was extremely strong and vicious. Chun Zong was still injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his opponent's face red. The life force of the mysterious seed was immediately released. It healed the injury at the fastest speed possible. As the sword aura vibrated, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed also exploded. Devour. Shatter. Chapter 2840. You're courting death. Although the other Emperor-level powerhouse in the Infernal Order stronghold was some distance away, he could still feel the aura that erupted from here. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately charged over at full speed. With a boom, the spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon emerging from the sea, crushing everything with a tremendous force. Huge waves surged like a vast ocean. The origin power of water poured out in torrents. The frost stream sword returned to its scabbard, and in the next moment, it was unsheathed and slashed out with the terrifying might of a thunderbolt. Like a furious thunderbolt, it released an extremely terrifying power in an instant. The sword light directly split the void. Heavenly light sword drawing technique. The sword split the sky and shattered everything. Its power was unparalleled. The surging sea was instantly split open, and the sword light arrived with irresistible force, causing the other party's expression to change drastically. How could it be so powerful? Fortunately, Chun Zong still couldn't use the sword sharpening technique to increase the power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Otherwise, its power would become even more terrifying. The sword and spear collided in an instant, bursting forth with monstrous divine power. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, turning the surroundings into a beehive riddled with holes. It was extremely terrifying. Freeze! Chun Zong suddenly pointed with his left hand, and the power of space in the surroundings seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. Then, the space around the Emperor-level powerhouse also condensed and became incomparably hard. The Emperor-level powerhouse's body also froze in an instant. In an instant. It only needed to be frozen for a moment, and that was an opportunity. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. 6. Lone Swallow returns. His body spun, and an even more blazing sword light slashed out in an instant, cutting everything in its path. It couldn't be blocked. The power of the finger-pointing technique was extremely shocking. It was enough to freeze an ordinary 6th realm cultivator in place for an instant. This instant was the moment between life and death. Kill. The Tianguang Peak Lord, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely shocked. First, it was a peerless assassination that killed a stronger 6th realm cultivator. Then, it was the combination of the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique and the Spatial Divine technique that killed a 2nd Emperor-level cultivator. It was so clean that even the Tianguang Peak Lord was amazed. If he had encountered a 6th realm cultivator when he was in Chunzong's realm, he would have either fled or died. How could he possibly kill a 6th realm cultivator? There was no other reason. Chunzong had reached the 3rd stage of the sword mantra of the mythical god and demon. In terms of cultivation and power, he was already comparable to an ordinary Emperor-level expert. In addition to other aspects, Chunzong had the strength of a level 6 expert at level 5. Chunzong had killed 2 martial emperors in a row. It looked clean and tidy, and it seemed very simple. However, only Chunzong himself knew how difficult it was to kill 2 martial emperors in a row. Even the slightest carelessness could have led to a different result. Chunzong had consumed a lot of energy after killing 2 emperors in a row. He immediately took out an elixir and consumed it. Then, he circulated the Fiend God Sword Codex with all his might. While refining the elixir, he also absorbed the energy of the universe from the outside world to restore himself. The aura that erupted here was extremely powerful. It had already alerted the other 4th realm and 5th realm cultivators in the stronghold, causing them to be extremely shocked and bewildered. Who was it? Not long after, a figure flew out and stopped in midair. Many 4th and 5th realms saw it. Illusory body of the heart. With a low chant, Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. In that instant, his body became dazzled. It was as if there were violent waves rippling endlessly like water. It was more like there was a mysterious force constantly pulling Chunzong's body. As he swayed left and right, layers of shadows appeared. After a breath's time, a shadow peeled off from Chunzong's body. Then, a second shadow also peeled off from Chunzong's body. The 2 shadows appeared on Chunzong's left and right. They quickly solidified. Whether it was their appearance or their attire, they were exactly the same as Chunzong. Illusory body of the heart. This was a divine art that Chunzong had created himself. It was a divine art of the path of the heart. Chunzong had never given up on comprehending and applying the path of the heart. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he finally created his own divine art after comprehending it again and again. To be able to create his own divine art at the 5th level was undoubtedly very shocking. Chunzong named this divine art Illusory Body of the Heart. It was a newly created divine art and was not yet complete. Now, he could only create 2 illusory bodies of the heart. Each illusory body had 1/10 of the original body strength. Of course, his own strength would not be affected or weakened when he used the illusory body of the heart. Illusory bodies with 1/10 of the original body's strength were, of course, not very useful against the 6th level. However, it was very suitable for dealing with the 5th level and 5th level. It could completely crush them. Kill. The 2 illusory bodies of the heart immediately charged out with swords. Like tigers in a flock of sheep, they charged into the group of 4th level and 5th level cultivators and slaughtered countless. Chunzong's original body did not stay idle either. He also transformed into sword light and attacked. As he killed, he devoured their spirits and vitality. It was better than nothing. They could not escape. Under the attack of Chunzong's original body and the 2 illusory bodies of the heart, none of the infernal order cultivators in this foothold managed to escape. They were all killed by Chunzong. Was it ruthless? Very ruthless. Was it cruel? Extremely cruel. However, this was the truth. Because they were members of the Infernal Order. No matter what reason they joined the Infernal Order, they were already members of the Infernal Order. That was an indisputable fact. Since it was a fact, they deserved to be killed. Because to the other universe-level forces, the Infernal Order was their enemy. Especially to a holy land like Taihao Mountain. To the other forces, it was equivalent to the position of a leader. It was their responsibility to fight against the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect. Chunzong was a disciple of Taihao Mountain. Naturally, he did not need to show any mercy when dealing with the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect. In addition, this time, the members of the Infernal Order caused Yu Nianxin's disappearance and possibly even death. Chunzong directly blamed the Infernal Order for this grudge. The Tianguang Peak Lord also did not have the slightest reaction. The members of the Infernal Order deserved to be killed. Even if they were only at the 4th level, they still needed to be killed. If they were still alive, with their style and temperament, they would still cause a lot of trouble. After eliminating a stronghold, Chunzong also took away the various resources of this stronghold. Then, he set fire and burned this stronghold to the ground. The second one, Chunzong stared at the burning flames and said in a low voice. While looking for Yu Nianxin, he also looked for the Infernal Order strongholds to eliminate. With a move, Chunzong immediately left. Infernal Order Headquarters. The people in the headquarters also knew that 2 strongholds had been eliminated in a row. Moreover, they immediately responded by sending out many emperors and even emperors to investigate. Although those 2 strongholds did not have much impact on the Infernal Order, who could be sure that there would not be more losses if this continued? After spending half a year, Chunzong still did not find Yu Nianxin's whereabouts. However, he found the Infernal Order's 3rd stronghold. That stronghold, like the 2 previous strongholds, was shrouded in darkness. Chunzong immediately used the Path of Space escape technique and instantly escaped into the shallow layers of the void. He silently snuck into that stronghold, just like before. He was not discovered. Chunzong also sensed that in this stronghold, there were hundreds of 4th realms and dozens of 5th realms. Other than that, there was only one 6th realm. Moreover, it was a weaker 6th realm. The strength of the first stronghold could be eradicated. Even though Chunzong was 100% sure that he could succeed, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he adopted the same method as before. First, he adopted the method of concealment and slowly approached that emperor-level powerhouse. When he found an opportunity, he went on a rampage, drew his sword, and assassinated. A peerless assassin's sword pierced through the void in an instant. Although that emperors with average strength reacted quickly, they were still a little too slow. This was because Chunzong had integrated the mysteries of the paths of time and space into this sword. In particular, Chunzong had tried to integrate the mysteries of the finger-pointing technique into it. The moment the sword stabbed out, the opponent's body seemed to be frozen in place. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a kind of influence. This tiny bit of influence created an unavoidable sword strike. It directly pierced through the 6th realm Emperor's glabella. As the terrifying sword aura wreaked havoc, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed spread and engulfed him in an instant. That Emperor's could not even retaliate. Even if he wanted to self-detonate and fight to his death, Chunzong could not do so. He could only die with endless regret and fear. The sword aura trembled. In an instant, the 6th realm emperors were reduced to dust and died. The Tianguang Peak Lord, who had been following in the dark, could not help but nod and say to himself, "That sword already has the embryonic form of a divine technique." He had been following Chunzong for many years now and had witnessed Chunzong's growth with his own eyes. From the first time he dealt with the stronghold of the Infernal Order, he had been somewhat hasty and embarrassed. Now, he was calm and easily killed. This kind of growth was astonishing. The sword that Chunzong used to assassinate the 6th realm emperors had also gone from being crude in the beginning to being refined. It even had the embryonic form of a divine technique of the sword. If it continued, it could transform into a true divine technique of the sword. Although it was rare for a Fifth Realm Emperor to master a divine technique, it still existed. However, for a Fifth Realm Emperor to create his own divine technique was astonishing. Of course, the Qingyuan Peak Lord had also seen Chun Zong master the divine technique of the heart illusion with his own eyes. However, he was not sure if it was Chun Zong's own creation or if he had inherited it. However, the Qingyuan Peak Lord was sure that the assassination sword was indeed created by Chun Zong. Qingyuan Peak is so lucky. The Qingyuan Peak Lord could not help but feel sentimental. It was because of this that he had put aside his duties as the Qingyuan Peak Lord without hesitation and followed Chun Zong in secret to protect Chun Zong. After killing the Sixth Realm Emperors, Chun Zong did not feel any excitement or joy. Instead, he was very calm. His brows were slightly furrowed. For some reason, he instinctively felt that something was not right, as if a great danger was lurking. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong gave up on killing the other Fourth Realm and Fifth Realm Emperors and immediately entered the void to leave this stronghold. It's too late to leave now. A gloomy and cold voice suddenly rang out, as if a gust of extremely cold wind had blown out from the 9th level of hell. When it blew past Chun Zong immediately felt a force repelling him, pushing him out from the shallow layer of the void. Then, an extremely terrifying aura descended and directly pressed down on his body. A great emperor. Chapter 28:41. That aura was extremely cold, as if it had been blown out from the depths of hell. Chun Zong could not escape into the void, and he even felt like he was about to be frozen. His extremely powerful qi and blood, which was like an oven, seemed to be extinguished. His extremely powerful essence, energy, and spirit also seemed to be solidified. An Emperor-level expert. Only an Emperor-level expert could bring about such a huge impact and threat to him. Was it you who uprooted 2 of the Saint's strongholds? The extremely cold voice blew directly into Chun Zong's ears like a gust of chilly wind. A mere Fifth Realm cultivator can assassinate a Sixth Realm cultivator. How shocking. Who are you? Your swordsmanship is superb, and you have mastered the Tao of space. You can even kill a Sixth Realm cultivator. Let me guess. The other party did not show himself. Instead, the voice that sounded like a cold wind continuously sounded out. It was filled with shock and mockery. However, Chun Zong could clearly feel an extremely frightening aura locking onto him. Under the lock of this aura, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. In fact, it was almost impossible for him to do so. Chun Zong finally realized that he had been too naive when he thought that he could escape from a Seventh Realm cultivator. A Sixth Realm cultivator's abilities could not be compared to a Seventh Realm cultivator's. The difference was too great. However, Chun Zong did not panic. Instead, he was very calm. Firstly, it was the result of his many trials. His divine will was tough, and his sword will was unshakable. Even in the face of all kinds of dangerous situations, he could maintain his calmness to the greatest extent. An outstanding sword cultivator must have the quality to remain calm at all times. Losing one's rationality and calmness would be the failure of a sword cultivator. In addition, Chun Zong had something to rely on. The power of the sword scar left by the Taihao sword, Saint still had some left after he used it once. The power of the sword scar was very strong. Chun Zong had used it once to kill the sky-splitting sword emperor and consumed part of its power. At that time, he was not strong enough, so his endurance was limited. He could only exert part of the power of the sword scar. Now, although his cultivation was still at the 5th level, he had reached the 3rd level of the Fiend God sword mantra, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. As a result, his endurance had increased by many times as well. When he used the power of the sword mark again, he would be able to endure an even greater burden and release even more power. Perhaps, he might even be able to contend with an Emperor-level powerhouse for a short period of time. Even if he couldn't, he could use the power of the sword mark to quickly leave this place. More or less, there was still some hope of escaping from the lock of an Emperor-level powerhouse. As for the last point, of course, there were other things to rely on. Peak Lord, are you still not going to act? Chunzong suddenly spoke, as if he was talking to himself. The Tianguang Peak Lord had not intended to act at first. He wanted to see how far Chunzong could go under the pressure of an Emperor-level powerhouse. However, he did not expect Chunzong to speak. The problem was that he spoke with such certainty, as if he already knew that the Tianguang Peak Lord was secretly following him. This made the Tianguang Peak Lord not know whether to laugh or cry. She thought that she was following Chunzong in secret, but never expected that Chunzong had already found out about it. He knew that she was following him in secret, but pretended that he didn't know. What a clever girl. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Tianguang Peak Lord had no choice but to step in. In an instant, a shocking sword will shot up into the sky, sweeping away all darkness and evil as if cleansing the universe. This was the light of the heavens that broke through the darkness, descending like the dawn, bringing both hope and destruction. The sinister wind that seemed to blow from the depths of hell was instantly shattered and completely shattered. Under the terrifying sword will, the Emperor-level powerhouse had nowhere to hide. In fact, his expression changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be someone who he could not detect. Moreover, it was a top Jindy-level powerhouse. The strength of this sword will shocked him greatly. He was no match for it. There was no doubt that he was no match for this Jindy based purely on his perception of the sword will. Needless to say, just the strength of the sword will alone was enough to estimate the other party's strength. A top Emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, it was a top Jindy that was known for its offensive abilities. Run. Without any hesitation, the Emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order immediately turned into a ray of black light and tried to escape. He had no choice. Faced with a top Jindy-level powerhouse, he had no confidence in defeating Chunzong. He could only escape first and bring the news back. Naturally, there would be stronger powerhouses to deal with them. How dare you try to escape in front of me? Since the Tianguang Peak Lord had appeared, he naturally would not hold back. He would not let the other party escape just like that. He drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, the Peak Master of Tianguang pulled out his long sword. The sword light flashed and cut open the empty space. A huge black crack appeared in the air, extending at an alarming speed. There was no way to dodge it. As the sword was drawn, the Emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order knew that there was no way he could dodge this sword. He could only explode with all his strength and hope that he could block it. However, this was the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique, and it was performed by a top Jindy-level powerhouse. Its level and power were extremely tyrannical and terrifying. This sword made Chunzong's eyes light up. Watching it at such a close distance, Chunzong surged with even more understanding about the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. Slash! The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Nothing could resist it. The Emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order unleashed all his strength and activated his protective secret treasure. It formed a layer of black light that enveloped his body in an attempt to resist, but it was cut open in an instant. This extreme attacking magic method was exceedingly powerful, especially when it was wielded by a swordsman in the upper state of the Sword Emperor state. Moreover, the Tianguang Peak Master had been cultivating and comprehending the Heavenly Light sword-drawing method for over 10,000 years. He had improved it constantly, and it had reached a very high level. Tier. Slash. The Emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order was instantly cut in half at the waist by this sword light. When the sword light dissipated, the long sword had already returned to its scabbard. You won't live long if you kill me. I've already sent the news back. The Emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order knew that he was going to die, so he immediately laughed wildly. Immediately, he was about to self-destruct, but the Tianguang Peak Lord struck again. The sword light flashed across the void and directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows, shattering everything. The self-destruction was also forcibly stopped. Chunzong couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If he could devour the soul and vitality of an Emperor-level powerhouse, he believed that it would improve his essence energy, and spirit. The mysterious seed could also devour a lot of vitality. However, this was killed by the Tingwang Peak Lord, and the Peak Lord was right next to him. If Chunzong devoured it, it would be obvious that it would be exposed. He could only regret it. Thank you, Peak Lord. Chunzong immediately saluted the Tingwang Peak Lord with his sword. Kid, when did you discover me? The Tingwang Peak Lord pointed at Chunzong and couldn't help but laugh. When we attacked the first stronghold of the Infernal Order. Chunzong replied with a smile. It had actually been a few years since Yunyinshin went missing. No matter how angry Chunzong was, he had already recovered. Of course, his anger was still there, but was deeply suppressed and hidden. This was because Chunzong deeply understood that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He had to remain calm and do things. However, after all these years, he still couldn't find any trace of Nien Xin. This was also helpless. After all, the universe was too big. If Nien Xin could survive, then where did she go? There was no clue at all. However, Chunzong still targeted the Infernal Order while searching. Now, you've vented your anger. It's time to go back. The Tingwang Peak Lord stared at Chunzong and smiled slightly. He didn't say more, because he felt that Chunzong knew very well. After all, although they had eliminated 3 strongholds of the Infernal Order over the years, it was actually nothing to the Infernal Order. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, the Infernal Order had already sent out a monarch-level powerhouse. The Tingwang Peak Lord couldn't always follow Chunzong to protect him. The affairs of Tingwang Peak couldn't always be left alone. After all, the Great Elder was seriously injured and was recuperating behind closed doors. Chunzong also knew very well that continuing the operation against the Infernal Order would probably have to stop, or temporarily stop. After all, they had already begun to encounter Monarch-level powerhouses. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't encounter Monarch-level powerhouses in the future. Let the Peak Lord follow him all the time? That was impossible. Moreover, even if it was true, would it be enough to deal with the Infernal Order? The Infernal Order was a powerful force that wasn't inferior to the Taihao Mountain. It could be called the Holy Land of the Demon Sect. There must be many top Monarch-level powerhouses and even half-Saint-level powerhouses. Then, it was time to go back to the Taihao Mountain. Now, his strength had increased to the extreme. He would go back and recuperate behind closed doors for a while, and then try to break through to the 6th state. Because only with stronger strength could he deal with more dangers and continue to search for Nianxin. In addition, if Nianxin was still alive, she would definitely try to come back to find him. Only with stronger strength would he have no worries and be able to protect everything he wanted to protect. Hearing Chunzong's words, the Tingwang Peak Lord immediately let out a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile, "As for your cultivation partner, I believe heaven will help the worthy. In addition, after returning to the Taihao Mountain, I'll take you to see the Great Elder and ask him for help." Help how? Chunzong couldn't help but be puzzled. Even if the Great Elder was a saint-level powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy to find a person in the vast universe. In the universe, there's a wandering saint-level powerhouse called the Profound Theory Elder. He's good at divination and has some friendship with the Great Elder. The Tingwang Peak Lord said with a smile, but didn't say too much. However, with that sentence, Chunzong put an end to it. Divination and divination. With this method, perhaps he could find Nianxin. At the very least, he had to know whether she was alive or dead. Chunzong finally let out a sigh of relief and followed the Tingwang Peak Lord in the direction of the Taihao Mountain. This return would take some time. After all, Chunzong had been quite far away these past few years. Chapter 2842. 7 or 8 years had passed since he left and returned. Fortunately, 7 or 8 years wasn't a long time. Even though the Tingwang Peak Lord wasn't there, Tingwang Peak didn't encounter any major problems. Some minor problems piled up and didn't cause too much of an impact. They could be dealt with after some time. However, the Tingwang Peak Lord wasn't in a hurry to deal with the affairs piled up on Tingwang Peak over the years after he returned. Instead, he brought Chunzong to the manor cave of the first senior statesman. The Qinguang Peak Lord had come to the first senior statesman for Chunzong's affairs more often than in the past 1,000 years. After the first senior statesman heard the intention of the Qinguang Peak Lord, or Chunzong, he pondered for a moment and then nodded. You go back and wait. I'll contact him first. Thank you, first senior statesman. Chunzong bowed with his sword. After returning to Qinguang Peak, Chunzong began a short period of closed-door meditation to study the sword move he used to assassinate the emperor. It was because this sword move already had the initial form of a divine sword method. If he continued to study it, he would make it a true divine sword method. This sword move was an attempt by Chunzong. It was a divine sword method that incorporated the Tao of space, especially the mysteries of the method of finger-pointing. The sword move froze the space and the target, then killed the target. Although he had a target, Chunzong knew it wasn't so easy. The difficulty of creating a divine method was at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times, more difficult than cultivating a divine method. Cultivating a divine method was to follow the footsteps of the predecessors. Creating a divine method was equivalent to opening up a path by oneself. The opening up of a path was time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the path would be passable after it was opened up. If it wasn't passable, one would have to open up a new path and try again and again. It was normal to have bumps and bruises in the process of trying, resulting in injuries. It wasn't easy to create any kind of divine art. One had to have enough knowledge and experience, as well as a burst of inspiration and opportunity. Chunzong was able to master the embryonic form of theurgy because of the numerous assassinations. Chunzong was mentally prepared for the difficulty of creating his own divinity. However, he did not expect that, after a month, he had only found a few clues. Moreover, there were still so many questions that Chunzong did not know what kind of swordsmanship he should create. An offensive, sword-Tao divine art? There seemed to be no need for that. With the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, its potential was astonishing, and he could continue to research and explore its potential. Then, should he create an auxiliary sword technique? There was no need for that, right? The way of the sword was the way of the attack. There was no need for any support. Moreover, if there was a need for support, the finger-pointing technique was already very good. Why pursue this? Chunzong suddenly fell into a daze. He didn't think too much when he tried to assassinate those emperor-level experts. He just wanted to increase the chances of his assassination. But now, after thinking about it, he felt that his direction seemed to be wrong. Maybe I can integrate the mystery of the finger-fixing technique into the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. Chunzong suddenly had an idea. With the astonishing offensive might of the skylight sword-drawing technique, if it was infused with the profundity of the space fixation technique, it would be difficult for the enemy to dodge or resist the terrifying might of the skylight sword-drawing technique for an instant. The enemy would be directly struck and would very likely be killed on the spot. This seemed to be a very good idea. Chunzong couldn't help but think of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique used by the Qinguang Peak Lord. Its power was extremely powerful, and its mystery was astonishing. The heavenly light sword-drawing technique was a unique inheritance of Qinguang Peak. It had been perfected by generations of people and had amazing potential. The sixth realm could be cultivated, and so could the seventh realm. Of course, even though it was the same skylight sword-drawing technique, there were still differences. The skylight sword-drawing technique cultivated by different powerhouses was the same at the beginning, but as they continued to cultivate and comprehend it, they gradually integrated their own ideas into it, causing it to change. To put it simply, the heavenly light sword-drawing technique practiced by Qinguang Peak only had 3 moves. The first move, which was also the most basic move, was called the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. The second move was called the solitary swallow return, which was an astonishing divine sword method that could produce 2 moves in a row. As for the third move, it was called the chopping heaven fault. The mystery of this move was that its power could be multiplied. In other words, it could increase the consumption of energy, and so on. It could be condensed and unleashed in an instant. The power of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique would be doubled in an instant, and its power would be even more powerful. The solitary swallow return and the chopping heaven fault each had their own mysteries. They were both the follow-up divine sword methods of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. Of course, the follow-up divine methods of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique were not limited to this. Different practitioners, after practicing the heavenly light sword-drawing technique for some time and reaching perfection, would gradually have their own understanding of it. Then they would slowly develop some inspirations and integrate them into it. They would keep trying and eventually evolve their own version of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. For example, the Tianguang Peak Lord had cultivated a sword move for 3,000 years. Its power was extremely terrifying and powerful. It directly killed the Gulan Peak Lord and the elders of the Gulan Peak, who were stronger than him in their normal state, without any resistance. That was the Tianguang Peak Lord's unique understanding of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, and it was his unique skill. Now, he could use the heavenly light sword-drawing technique as the foundation and integrate other mysteries into it. He could gradually try to create his own divine sword method. This method was feasible. When Shunzong was about to stay behind closed doors again to study the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, he was unexpectedly summoned by the First Elder. "Let's go. I'll take you to Profound Theory Cultivator," the First Elder said directly. Yes. Shunzong was immediately excited. With the First Elder, a saint-level expert, personally taking him along, Shunzong felt what speed was. It was simply indescribable. Compared to the First Elder, his speed was as slow as a snail. The speed of a saint-level expert was simply indescribable. He directly escaped into the interlayer of the universe and hurried along at his fastest speed. Fierce demons and dark demons simply couldn't keep up with the First Elder's speed. Of course, there were saint-level existences among the fierce demons and dark demons, but they were very rare and difficult to encounter. Shunzong didn't know how much time had passed. In short, he felt that it wasn't very long. The First Elder took Shunzong out of the interlayer of the universe and appeared in the outer universe. "Profound Theory Cultivator's celestial knowledge star is up ahead," the First Elder said. It was a planet that constantly moved through the universe. It was not very large, only a few dozen kilometers in diameter. It was completely silver-black and gave off an incomparably solid feeling, as if it was indestructible. Naturally, it gave off an indescribable, mysterious ripple. Tianji Planet has always been drifting through the universe without a fixed location, so finding Profound Theory Cultivator isn't that easy, the First Elder explained. The First Senior Elder explained, "It took me nearly a month to get in touch with him. However, although I have some friendship with Profound Theory, he has his own rules. My friendship with him isn't enough for him to change his own rules." Hearing the First Elder's words, Shunzong couldn't help but feel a little speechless. If that was the case, why had he been brought along? Then what do I have to do to make Profound Theory Cultivator willing to help? Shunzong couldn't help but ask. "It depends on the situation," the First Elder smiled. "We'll only know after we try, right?" "Yes." Shunzong nodded. If he didn't know anything, he had to try to find out. Since he was already here, he should do the same. Taihao Mountain's Yuan Hao has come to pay a visit to old friend Profound Theory. The First Elder brought Shunzong closer to Tianji Planet and spoke in a clear voice. His voice condensed into a thread and transmitted directly into Tianji Planet. "Old friend Yuan Hao has come to visit. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please come in." An old yet hearty voice rang out. Soon after, light flickered on Tianji Planet and a vortex appeared. That was the entrance. Tianji Planet was Profound Theory Cultivator's Immortal's Cave. It was covered in layers of formations and seals. Even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to break in so easily. Of course, if they encountered an expert on the level of the Taihao Sword Saint, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, they weren't enemies with Profound Theory Cultivator, nor would they force their way in. Instead, they were here to pay a visit. As a saint-level expert among loose cultivators, profound theory cultivator generally wouldn't refuse a visit. The prerequisite was that the visitor had to be of sufficient status. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry had the right to pay him a visit. Master Yuan Hao, also known as the Yuan Hao Sword Saint, was the first elder of Taihao Mountain. His status was astonishing, and he was a saint-level expert. Of course, profound theory cultivator welcomed him with open arms. Moreover, the Yuan Hao Sword Saint had already informed him beforehand. He took Shinzong and rushed into the vortex. Then, they entered the Tianji planet. As soon as he entered, Chunzong sensed that the planet's aura was very mysterious. It was full of spirituality, and that kind of spirituality was difficult to describe with words. It was as if the aura and vegetation here were suffused with a kind of mystery. Chunzong also saw profound theory cultivator. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard, but his complexion was ruddy. His eyes were as clear as spring water, but also as deep as the ocean. They seemed to contain a profound mystery. When Chunzong met his gaze, he felt as if he could see through everything. What he didn't know was that when profound theory looked at Chunzong, although his expression didn't change much, he was inwardly shocked. He actually felt as if he couldn't see through Chunzong. After all, he was profound theory cultivator, an expert in divination. Although he hadn't divined anything yet, his realm and knowledge were still there. Combined with his many years of divination experience, he could often easily see through the ins and outs of others, especially those whose cultivation was lower than his. Chunzong was only at the 5th level, but profound theory cultivator felt as if he couldn't see through him. In his long life, this was the first time he'd encountered something like this. It was simply astonishing. Profound theory cultivator immediately developed a great interest in Chunzong. Of course, he didn't directly express it. Yuan Hao, my old friend, long time no see. What advice do you have for me? Profound theory cultivator wasn't someone who was good at pleasantries. He was used to asking about the purpose of the visit first, then talking about the reception afterwards. Chunzong, you tell him, the first elder immediately said to Chunzong, "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."